Yo, how you guys doing? I probably could have gone live like 5 minutes ago. I'm just getting a feel for the vibe of EU because I've never been here before. Are we back on EBG already? Holy cow! Holy cow! All right, I guess we're getting nodes, huh? This is crazy. We got content all day over here. We are currently on the library one, Cormier's library. That's where we're going to be playing on EU for a bit, and then we're going to hop over to NA later on after we're done chatting with Roy and Cecil. I don't know what teams they are going to play on. I'm not sure if we're going to be like friends or if we're going to just have a big fight in EBG or something like that, but we'll see as soon as they pop in. We've still got a couple minutes to just kind of get situated first before they stop by. What's up, Narotex? Also, thanks for the follow, White Smoke and NL Fog. And I mean, like, honestly, I could do a lot of reading down here. You know, let's do it, because, like, maybe people watch the VOD. Thanks for the follows, White Smoke, NL Fog, Wicked Haiku, Kelmax54, Mr. Jekyll, Noftasmos, Yutzwagon, Atomic Tree Dude, Scooter Cat's the Heel Bus, New Rug Zorgok, Packars, Namru, Rallerwen, Shattering Glass, Orfu, Cause They, Wadnim, JuzzQ99, Panting Gage, Neldere, Llama Puppy, Oak Devit, Omnia Style, Mr. Doth, The Immortal Flash, FND Maioli, El Monkey, and now we're at like 3 days ago. I think that's out of people who probably like saw the tweet. But yeah, people I'm not used to like engagement at that level. I'm used to just like being a guy who does bespoke streams, so it's been nice. So the plan, to run through the plan that we've got, Roy and Senna, Roy and Cecil are going to stop in around 5 p.m., maybe a little bit earlier, maybe a little bit later, because this is like during the workday for them. We're going to chat for a bit. I told them plan on like an hour. It could go an hour and a half. I've got like a rough agenda that I wrote out for them. And then we're going to go play with some folks on NA after we're done there. They might stop by later, they might not, kind of depends on what their schedule is like. But I wanted to get started a little bit early because, you know, sometimes people don't see the ping right away. Sometimes people got to finish something up in their real life. And it also gives me a chance to get situated with content, which is good because we're currently queue-locked trying to get back to EBG. There's too much content to respond to at one time. And if I was responsible, I'd probably be scouting Gary. But I'm not responsible. I need my nodes. What's up, Mika? Yeah, the start time for the interesting part of stream is 5. You're not missing anything yet, it's just me so far. I like to start early to give people a chance to, you know, filter in, get settled, grab a drink, all that kind of stuff. Especially important for me, because I'm doing like 6 hours today, man. That's a long stream. That's not a long stream for like a professional streamer, but I'm not a professional streamer. I'm just a guy. I'm not used to sitting in the same place and talking to people for 6 hours. It's like not, it's not my usual vibe. Do I have any questions prepared for them? I do. The questions are, I can run you guys through them early. The questions are, what motivated the development of the restructuring system? What is the overview and the timeline of the restructuring process? How did the restructuring and alliances systems change over time between 2018 to now? And how did you change the design of restructuring in response to how players utilize things like mega guilds? What has been the motivation? And so there's kind of like 2 phases. The first phase is just like, let's talk about restructuring, how'd that go? And then the second part of the conversation is going to lead into more just like general chatter about the state of world versus world development over the last couple of years. So moving into the second part of those questions, there is what's been the motivation for a lot of the changes that have been made to world versus world in the last year or two? Things like adding time gate currency sinks, tactivator changes, changing things like structural invulnerability and siege disruptors, changes to defense-free ferret thresholds, changes to capture circles, things like that. Like, what's the overall philosophy of world versus world development currently? What are the biggest structural challenges that World versus World currently faces? What are the current limitations of the game mode? And then what surprised you about the community response to restructuring? And where do you see the community starting to emerge under the restructuring system versus where the community was during the old server system? I have gotten official sign-off on those questions, and I also just kind of know anecdotally from hanging out with Cecil a bit that ANET will usually not talk about future plans, but I think we'll be able to go pretty in-depth into kind of what's motivated current changes based on things they've identified in the past. And there's a couple of things that I'm going to try and pick at them about. Like, what I want to know specifically is how did the issues that emerged as a result of seasons influence the way that ArenaNet thought about developing the restructuring system? Like, what were the limitations of the season system that led to this current evolution of changes in World versus World? Will viewers be able to ask some questions? I will probably be taking a selection of questions from chat based on what I think ArenaNet is likely to be able to answer. And if you want me to like have a better shot of seeing your questions, here's what you can do. Let's see, I should make this a pin. If you want a question read, make sure you at me with it so that I can see it. So we put that here, and then we pin it, and then it'll just stay at the top of the chat. Manually unpinned or end of stream. There. So anyone who comes into chat will see that, they'll know it. They'll at me with it, it'll highlight it for me, and then I can I should have like a piece of paper and jot it down somewhere. And yeah, like Shiburito said, sometimes they just will be hanging out in chat and they can answer some stuff in text. If they considered adding Boonrip to Arrow Cart, I can almost tell you what Cecil's response to that will be. It will be, that's an interesting idea, we can think about it. He's extremely good at giving non-committal answers to things. And I also don't think they're going to be going into specifics that much. But I'll jot it down. I gotta find a piece of paper. I just love pen and paper note-taking sometimes. So we'll call this viewer questions. And I might iterate on some of those questions as well. Rather than asking, have you considered adding Boonrip to Arrow Cart? It might be something more general, how do you see Siege being utilized? In World versus World? Do you see it filling a designated siege role where it's it's really only for destroying structures? Do you see it as an equalizer for outnumbered groups? Stuff like that. Thanks for the follow, Stockfish and Akira the Wiener. And hear about their vision for siege and objectives? Yeah, I think that's how I'm gonna tailor it. Is where do you see siege fitting into the World versus World ecosystem? What role do you see it playing? I'm not going to not read your name out. It's disrespectful. Also, there's a bunch of stuff that we were originally thinking about doing this on the actual Guild Wars 2 Twitch, but we eventually decided that it would be better to do on my channel because then we have slightly looser moderation standards. So we don't have to get as vigilant about that kind of stuff, so that's always a nice plus. Did I read the Reddit? I did not read the Reddit. Did that thread pop off? I saw that you posted it, but I only saw it 5 minutes after you posted it. Holy cow, it did pop up. Good lord. Nice. Dude, Reddit's so salty. Top post, 72 upvotes. We're all having a blast rolling over randoms with our boom balls. Is everyone else having as much fun as us? But it's like it's a group game mode. I got killed by a bunch of friends playing together. Are all those friends who are in the same squad having fun, or are they mad that they're winning? Sorry, I need to remember that I need to be more constructive than I would be on a usual stream. How many times have I died to siege? I've died to cannons a lot. I've died to oil a lot. No other siege has ever killed me. I've died to mortars a lot. No other siege has ever killed me. Like, placeable siege, stuff that you have blueprints for, it's not real. It can't hurt you. Also, thanks for the sub, by the way, Nas. Appreciate it. And thanks for the follow, Shuburito. I feel like the current design philosophy appeals greatly to risk-averse styles of play. So, minor, I don't want to say clarification, but there's two different things going on in world versus world. There is balance, and then there's like the structure of world versus world, right? So the balance team does their balance stuff, and then the structural changes are like their own thing. We're probably not going to touch on balance. So things that I don't like about the current world versus world environment, like it's difficult to fight outnumbered and support renegade is the most boring profession on the planet. That's probably not stuff that we're going to talk about. But ninjing undefended objectives, response time for defenders to make it to an objective, stuff like that, those are things that we could definitely talk about. I'm going to get roamed on for sure. This guy's heating his oven. He's not a threat. Yep, there it is. Nope, I'm good. I'm actually fine. I'm actually so fine. Never mind, I'm not fine. So close. I'm never making it to this tag, man. Oop, maybe not. Maybe I am good. Get away from me. Should have had stab. Go on, stomp me. I dare you. Do it. Do it. Roll your stab. I'm gonna fear you anyway. Or I could be blind. That's fine too. My current opinion of cats. Cats are good. I like cats. I feel like the outnumbered solution has always been tactical siege use by small groups. I mean, there's a couple things. Like, I don't know, the most common response to getting blobbed down is just like get more people, and that's a fine solution in a lot of ways. You kind of paint yourself into a corner if like 10 people can beat 40 people outnumbered, because then 40 people who are high skilled are basically never going to lose a fight. But there's other stuff that you could do. You know, you can make better tactical decisions about what kind of chokes you want to fight in. There are defensive siege opportunities that you could use. There are, I don't know, like there's other angles that you can use. And it's also like not everything needs to be a balance issue. Some things it's okay to have them be like I do not mean this to be disrespectful, but some things can actually be a player skill issue. It's okay that some players are better than others because it incentivizes you learning how to play the game. Also, Roy is here. I'm going to let Roy in. Hello, Roy. Hello. Can you speak?
Yeah.
Hey, the overlay works. Perfect.
Hello.
We're just yapping while we wait for everyone to show up. How you doing?
I'm legally not allowed to talk to you until 2 p.m.
True, yes. Or is it that you're not legally a representative of the company until 5 p.m.?
No, I'm always a representative of the company.
That's true. This is a work day for you.
Even on a non-work day.
Oh man, they got you 24/7.
Yeah. I mean,
Dude, you weren't wrong about Cormier's library, by the way. We got tons of content here. I already got roamed on.
Nice. Yeah,
Just the
I
one
saw.
time.
I was there.
Was it you?
No, I'm on your team.
Oh, okay.
I was trying to help you.
I got you. You're new here, just curious about the chatting with Roy and Cecil. We're about to do it. We're waiting for Cecil to show up. Starts at 5. We got a little bit of pregame time. I did say that I would take a couple questions from chat closer to the end, so we'll see what kind of like rises to the top. I've got a couple notes.
Yeah, I mean, you are welcome to ask us anything you want.
I'm familiar with the way that Cecil answers questions. I've been around him long enough to know that the stock response is, yeah, that sounds really interesting. We can look into that. And then
I might say that we can look into it. I don't know if I'll say it sounds interesting.
That's fair enough. I think he just does it to be polite. Because he always tells me that it sounds interesting.
Yeah, well, I'm sure all your ideas are interesting.
You know what would be cool is like a week where just nobody's allowed to have boons. And he's like, yeah, okay. Sure.
Yeah. Wow, that sounds interesting.
Yeah. That is a good one. I will write that one down. I've got like pen and paper notes and everything to keep track of things that people want to talk about.
Pen and paper notes, huh?
Dude, I've been loving analog pen and paper notes lately.
Does your computer not have a notepad function?
It does, but like here's the thing. It's hard to take a computer with you. It's easier to take a piece of paper with you. So like this Sunday I'm going home. I'm going back to Wisconsin for a bit to get married and go to like a work function and stuff.
Oh, wow.
And I have like 30 pages of notes from this server interview project that I've been working on.
Yeah.
And I bought myself a folder to put them all in. And I'm going to take it with me to Madison, and I'm going to sit on the terrace, and I'm going to drink, and I'm going to script out all those server history videos. And it's going to be a nice time. But it's like it's a different vibe than if it was a notepad, you know? It's like I got the papers right there in front of me. I can jot down notes. It's just different.
Yeah, I can't write, so.
Rewards for EOTM? I can definitely write that down. I mean, in like 5 years, that might not be a joke. You think in like 20 years, we're going to have people who can't even type anymore because everything's tablet? That's scary to think about.
People can't type now.
You can type. I've seen you in Team Chat.
I didn't say I was one of those people. I just said I'm sure there are some people that can't type now.
I should not get killed on nodes. I think that's a bad luck. Let's follow this tag.
It's okay. I just got killed outside the tower.
Oh shit! You need help down there?
I waypointed.
Oh, okay.
It's all good.
Roy can type, but if he does, he dies to the Guardian NPC. I mean, he might have. I didn't see him die down here. It's possible that he died to an NPC. I don't think he'd tell you if he did, but...
That is not accurate.
That's what I thought too, and then I got killed by an NPC on stream, and then I was like, you know, it did happen to me. It's one of those things where you're like, you know, you don't think it'll happen until it comes home, and then you're like, damn, it really is like that. All right, and then here's our other visitor.
Hello.
How you doing?
Doing good. Thanks for having me.
All right. Do you know, this is it might sound a little bit weird as a starter question. Do you know how to type?
I have typed before, yes.
Do you know how to write?
I know how to write?
Yeah, like pen and paper.
Question. Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, not like have you written a book? Like, can you produce letters with your hand?
Usually.
Okay, cool. I was just wondering. So, I mean, technically we still have a minute, but I don't know if you just want to get it started like a minute early, and then, you know, we can be done a minute early.
It's your show, man. I'll follow
true.
your lead.
Sure. Yeah, so thanks for taking the time and stopping by. I appreciate it. I did. I have like a couple of questions that I've got prepped for you, but I'm a small talk guy. I'm a noted yapper, according to many people. So really, the thing I wanted to start with before we even get into talking about restructuring is congratulating you, Cecil, specifically as a OCX GVG draft tournament runner-up. Probably at this point, I would say the second most successful ArenaNet GVG player. I think that's a pretty fair assessment.
I don't know about that.
Third, first? Are you claiming that you might be better
Yeah,
than
no,
Roy?
I'm actually better than Roy. That's what it is.
Not saying very much.
Have you GVG'd recently, Roy, or are you retired from the scene?
For me to have GVG recently, there would have had to been GVGs going on. So.
Yeah, so maybe, Cecil, at this point, you are the best GVGer who works at ArenaNet.
Wow.
Yeah, I can't stay up until 3
title.
a.m.
Yeah, that's actually my superpower is just staying up till 3 a.m. to be a part of that tournament.
I mean, like, you told me that you participated, and I was like, oh, that's pretty neat. And then you were like, yeah, I was waking up at like 3 a.m. to do footage reviews, and I was like, that could not be me. I would not do that. That's a level of dedication that's completely different.
Pancake
really
has
good time.
corrected me in chat. There are 2 guilds on an GVGing. I'm not good enough to GVG with them, so
That's fair.
Cecil is better.
I'll see if I can join one.
And then you were also commanding a bit recently, weren't you?
Sure. Yeah, technically commanding. I am a proud member of Demolish Post, and we have been getting demolished a lot. So I've been commanding random days, trying to just honestly keep our corner of EBG happy.
How's that been going for you?
It's all right. I feel the urge to play support classes as a commander, and being both support and commander and having an ArenaNet tag on makes me a huge target and frequently wrecks my group, but it's been fun.
Yeah, I feel like if I was going to command on a support build, you need to play like a permanent bunker profession. To be on like, a firebrand with 3 invulns or whatever.
Yeah, my most successful day was actually just on support Scourge, but it's probably just because I'm most familiar with Necro.
Can I ask about 1 up, 1 down? Yes.
But
So
overall fun.
yeah, it's a good time. I mean, I've said this on stream a couple times, but a common forum take is that nobody in ArenaNet actually like plays the game, and it's been nice to see you doing like some GVG stuff, some open tag and stuff, getting out there, experiencing some of the game mode. It's good to see.
Yeah, I think it's good to remember that we have the ability to turn our tags off, and we actually have a fair amount of ArenaNet players that just play the game all the time, incognito, and just want to be a normal player.
Mostly to avoid like the permanent ArenaNet tag snipe that like Roy is currently experiencing live on camera.
It's more fun though. I'm gonna be honest. Like I enjoy the tag snipe.
There are times when it's fun, but I can definitely understand that there's times when you just like don't want people to know that it's you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then also like a congratulations to both of you and to the World versus World Dev team overall. You guys have had a fairly busy summer with the release schedule that you've had going on. Restructuring is live, scoring changes are live way earlier than I thought they would be. You guys have been you've been working on some stuff. Varying degrees of popularity on those changes, I would say, but definitely a good time to be working on learning new stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Congrats, Roy, on the scoring changes. That's big win for him.
Yep.
Team effort, as is everything.
Yeah, that's true. We have a really awesome World v World team. You don't hear from our engineers very often, but we have some amazing platform engineers that work on our team and make some really cool stuff happen for us.
Yeah, the release schedule has been nice lately. I mean, my perspective on it is so weird because I started playing in like I think late 2018. I started playing when basically when Dragonfall came out. So like end of POF, which I've heard from people who've played longer than me was like one of the worst times to play World versus World because you were stuck in that support meta where the only 2 professions you could legally play were like Scrapper and Firebrand. So for me, across like my entire world versus world journey, it's only kind of ever improved. I got to avoid a lot of the dark times, like the post seasons triple red BL era. I wasn't around for that. I only had to suffer through like the stealth blast meta a little bit before that got changed. So I think I definitely have like, a rosier perspective than a lot of other people, but it's been good lately. The quality of life changes, the improvements that have rolled out have been pretty steady. But the thing that we wanted to talk about specifically for this was the restructuring system, which came out almost a month ago at this point, a little bit more than a month ago at this point. And kind of to open that discussion up, I'm curious to hear both of you guys talk about what kind of motivated the restructuring system. So if you go back all the way to the original Alliances post from like 2018, the stated goals for that were things like make matchups more fair, fix server imbalances, things like that. And, at least for me talking to a lot of other veteran players, I think a lot of that motivation flowed out of some of the limitations and issues that ArenaNet identified with Seasons specifically as a major source of player burnout. But at least from your perspective, what are the kind of like the issues that restructuring purports to fix with the way that World versus World exists structurally?
Yeah, I mean, I could start. World Restructuring, from my perspective, is primarily a matchup balance tool. It is trying to present a system that allows players to have a reasonable amount of control over their placement, but to really put more competitive matchups on the table. And so some of the specific ways that we want to, specific things we think about in matchup balance are player population across different time zones. It's not that we believe World Restructuring necessarily improves the number of players in any given time zone, but we're trying to spread them more logically so that those players have fights when they want them and have opposition in their game, rather than having, issues with stacked servers where certain servers might only have an OCX or C population and feel to their NA players to be completely empty. And I think, though it is a balance tool, a lot of World Restructuring is about improving the feeling of logging into World v World and going up against another team, and there actually being people on your side and on their side to feel like you have a chance.
And did you find that a lot of that stacking kind of, because like I know how it would work in seasons and post seasons, you'd basically like pick a flavor of the month server that people wanted to join, and then you just stack the hell out of it in NA. You'd move like alliances there or something like that, and it led to these really imbalanced styles and approaches of kind of like structuring the content in World versus World. So it's mostly just a tool to kind of equalize some of those things out, get rid of those spikes and valleys of where player content lines up.
I would say that's its primary purpose, and it has some secondary benefits of allowing us to be a little more reactive to population fluctuation, which is something that you may remember from those original posts. As the population of just active World v World players changes or player behavior changes,
I can do that, Azure.
Having a system, that's algorithmically driven that we can make edits to, rather than the static server system, allows us to respond to those changes better. If you think to even like other games, when you lose player population, you do things like server merges that can be fairly wild from an engineering standpoint. And this is, though it is a long coming engineering project, it is more flexible now that it's up.
And I mean, there was a time, this is actually something I didn't even know until I started doing these server history project things, but there was actually a time when link servers weren't a thing. There's actually, every server was just, that was your server. And my understanding of it from talking to players is that eventually some of the population imbalances on those servers got so wide, where you had servers like Iridon Terrace that had very few people on them versus servers like Blackgate that were absolutely massive, that the linking system was kind of like the first opportunity to try and address that, to equalize some of the populations out.
Yeah, I think Roy could probably speak to that better. I wasn't a very active World v World player pre-Link servers, so I don't know what the experience was like there as much.
Roy, do you have that kind of historical perspective in the days of like when there was a T8 in NA?
I actually didn't play on NA as much in the early days. I started out playing on EU, but I mean, the the server structure was the same on both regions. So
So was there a tier 10 in EU because it has more servers?
I think there was tier 9.
Oh
I
my
think
God.
it was one additional. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so kind of going back a little bit to your original question, which was about the to sort of wrap the two questions together, I guess. What do
Yeah,
we
go
see the
for
world
it.
restructuring system for, and then this talking about like servers versus world restructuring. I don't know that there's necessarily one perfect system, right? I don't know that world restructuring is claiming to be the perfect system. I don't know that servers were claiming to be the perfect system. I think every system kind of has pros and cons to it. But there were definitely some serious issues with the server system prior to Lynx, and I also think there were some pretty big issues with Lynx as well. The server system with Lynx after it. I mean, like you said yourself, obviously there were massive population disparities between the bottom of bronze tier and the top of gold tier. And as someone who primarily played like top of silver, low bottom on Pike and Square on EU, there were like definitely very noticeable differences between those types of servers, the servers that were at the top and the servers that were at the bottom. And I imagine it was probably pretty similar for North America as well. And then, yeah, when Linkings came out, I obviously, I don't know this for sure, just because obviously I wasn't working at ArenaNet at the time, and I didn't have the opportunity to really speak to developers as a player back then. But I imagine that server linkings were never really meant to be instituted for as long as they were. We all know when alliances, as they were called, or world restructuring was first announced. And I don't know that anyone necessarily planned for the server linkings to be the system that was used for as long as it was. I kind of always looked at it as a little bit more of a short-term sort of solution to the problem that we just talked about, which was that some servers just were massively imbalanced, and so this was a way to kind of get more of a condensed population, hopefully equalize populations across the board a little bit more. But of course, you still had the same major drawback that the servers system always had, which was that players could transfer between servers. So every time there was a relink, you would say, "Oh, where does my guild want to go? This relink."
Yeah, what's the flavor of the month server to be on this
Yeah,
thing?
exactly. And obviously that stayed for a while. And so I think one big advantage with world restructuring is, as Cecil was saying, it's aimed to be a way to better populate, better balance out those worlds or teams, whatever you want to call them, not just based on population, but also based on time zones. So we're hoping to be able to, as you were saying, give the time zones like off hours, OCX and whatnot, better populated matchups across the board. Than servers necessarily provided. I also always kind of looked at it as a little bit of a way to, we're giving some control to the player over who they want to play with a limit, which is obviously very important, because obviously if you could just play with 10,000 different people or choose to play with the same 10,000 people, that would cause some similar issues as we've seen before with servers. But you can choose now up to a limit of who you want to play with, which I think is nice. I think when that was first presented, that seemed pretty promising. That was pretty exciting. I remember going on a tea time, actually, I think, when the first Alliance post got made on the forums and talking about it. It was exciting to think that we were going to kind of have more control over, the people that we were able to play with and group up, as opposed to kind of getting, relinked around. That was kind of an exciting idea.
Yeah.
I don't know if that answered all of your questions about the servers. If you have more,
it did. The one thing that I wanted to add is it kind of seems like a balanced nightmare to start thinking about adding things like rewards and having winning matter when you have these low pop servers that are stuck in T8 that have like no reasonable shot of ever climbing out of that tier and are just relying on guilds to transfer to them to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, I will say I'm obviously not qualified to speak for the entire World vs. World population. I don't know that anyone is. I do think that there were people who enjoyed that sort of disparity. in a way. I think there was a level of kind of understanding that if you were in Gold League, you had larger map groups that ran around. You focused a lot more on PPTing. Definitely during the seasons, those were the groups that were kind of slated to win those seasons
Oh no.
or those
This is
tiers.
what happened.
And then I think a lot of people kind of looked, and again, this is obviously from an EU perspective versus like I don't know exactly how NA thought about it. Although I know like NA had certain fight tiers or something. I think on during the old server system. But then you had Silver League, which was kind of like a mix between Bronze and Gold, and then you had Bronze League, which a lot of people kind of looked at smaller scale Havoc groups. And obviously that's generalizing. That's obviously never
no, he's
going to
talking
be
about seasons,
the
man.
case across the board. But I think there were some people that kind of enjoyed that difference of system. But again, I think in regards to trying to create sort of more fair and balanced matchups across the board, it like I said, it obviously has its drawbacks. And so yeah, you're totally right. If we want to give every person and every team or world an equal chance of, or relatively equal chance of winning, and at least feel like they have an equal chance of winning, and we want to move towards making winning matter, move towards making scoring more fair, then definitely there needs to be a better system in place to support that, and that's why you see I would say everything that we're doing and have been doing is kind of steps towards an ultimate goal, along the way, and so there's multiple steps to that process.
Yeah, definitely. There's two things that Chad is saying that I want to mention really quick because I think they kind of fold in. Is that during like the Seasons era and even shortly after the Seasons era, you definitely had different like tiers of population in World versus World, where the atmosphere and the personality that like the big NA T1 fight servers had, places like JQ, BG, Maguma, etc., had a really different like community vibe than servers that were down in like T7, T8, where the servers that were further down kind of had these smaller, more tightly knit communities. They were, obviously smaller because the population size is smaller, but they were also just like more focused on the community because there wasn't this external pressure to win. And so it was interesting to see that evolve, but also, there might be times that that's not necessarily desirable, where you want the player base's expectations around the game to fracture that much. And then the other thing that people are saying, which is like, it's not really related to the conversation we're having, but it was like an interesting time to note, is back before the PvE mega servers, when you would actually have like, you were on Blackgate and you'd go into World versus World and it's awful in this Lord's Room right now, by the way. Yep. But you'd be on BG, you'd see other people on BG in Lion's Arch, and you'd rally the forces in LA map chat.
Oh yeah.
There's a bunch of stuff in like old Guild Wars 2 that like a lot of people might not have been around for, that were really different from the way things work now.
Yeah, every Friday reset, we'd gather up in Lion's Arch. It would be the Pike and Square Lion's Arch, or during a particular precarious keep defense, you'd run into Lion's Arch and say we need to get more people into World versus World. People would be like, oh, I didn't know there was a fight going on. They jump in. Yeah, those were fun times.
Yeah, it was a really interesting conduit into kind of getting involved in the game mode.
I think Cecil maybe was gonna say something after I finished speaking last. I don't know. It sounded like you wanted to say something, Cecil.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna reiterate a point here. You said it kind of early in your sentence, is that we recognize world restructuring isn't like the perfect system for every type of player, every group or community, right? Like it has real costs, and one of the feedback we're seeing a lot is a loss of a feeling of server community, and that is absolutely a thing we're considerate of, and like want to find and create systems that are better for creating communities within the world restructuring system. But that is a real cost of this system. The way servers existed with open transfers, there is no reasonable way to balance those for population. There's too much player agency in the system that allows for a lot of abuse cases, and you hear terms like bandwagoning and things like that, and it's absolutely a problem that world restructuring is trying to solve for, and allow, just like I said, allow us more flexibility to manage the population rather than having to kind of respond to the population changes that happen with the transfer system.
Yeah, I think that's something that was actually exposed by Seasons really well, is that sometimes what's good for a guild or even like good for a server is not necessarily good for the health of the game mode overall, and especially like even in Seasons, sometimes you will have a guild or a server that thinks something is a good idea and really like does not turn out to be a good idea at all. Like the first thing that jumps out to me is Season 2 with JQ and TC deciding that they were tired of BG winning every single matchup in Season 1, and they're like, we're just going to double team these guys. That process of like negotiating that among the different guilds on TC fundamentally broke TC's community. Like, it was never totally repaired after that process. And I mean, like, this is, I don't expect you guys necessarily to comment on this. It's something that I have observed as a player, but sometimes the community will do things that seem good in the short term but end up being really destructive in the long term. And I think restructuring is a approach that helps to mitigate some of those things from happening. Things like, you know, server stacking.
Yeah.
So what has the kind of overall timeline of the restructuring process been? There was the post in January 2018, but like for people who don't spend a lot of time in the video game sphere, or I don't know, people who weren't born until like 2020, 2018 and 2019 were like not great years for the video game industry, and then 2019 2020 weren't like really great years for like the going outside industry and like being in the same place at the same time. So a lot of that initial processing kind of got disrupted by industry factors and public health factors, and then got picked later. I think in like 2021, something like that, is when Grouch was saying that development resources started to get allocated. So what's been the overall timeline and process of kind of getting restructuring implemented?
Yeah. So my old head knowledge will be a little fuzzy. I've only been in ArenaNet for about 3 years. But I can give the context I know of that situation, which is that a lot of the initial passes of the design of this system did happen back in 2018. A lot of smart people developed a pretty good plan back in 2018, and it was talked about with the community. But due to other business needs, like, things got reprioritized. It happens all the time in the games industry and the tech industry at large. Just because a thing was said out loud doesn't mean you have to keep working on it. You got to make decisions that are good for the business at the time. So it was deprioritized, and as you said, Grouch pointed out, in 2021 is when sort of engineering side development in earnest started happening on the system, and much of 2021 and 2022 were spent developing the back-end system that would become world restructuring, things that handle the algorithm, allow us to switch between the server system and world restructuring to facilitate doing betas, for example. Those systems got developed, and, you know, obviously a lot of bug fixing and solving all of the problems of, you know, a quite old game at this point, with a lot of fairly complicated infrastructure.
Yeah, like 11 years going on 12 at this point?
I think we're
12 going on
12, yeah.
13?
12 and 13, or
Oh.
yeah, I don't
No,
remember.
this will be 12.
Oh.
This is 12 in
Yeah,
August?
2012.
Yeah, 12 in August. Yeah, okay. So yeah, it's quite old game, quite complicated system, and it likely took longer than anybody originally expected, even once work started on it. That's just, again, as a normal part of developing any kind of complex system, is you're going to find hidden work that you did not expect when you started out the plan. So I've been on this project for about 18 months. I am the competitive producer for Guild Wars 2, and I have sort of been the world restructuring guy for the last 18 months, in that I have been doing a lot of like decision making, and I interface a lot with the community. I gather a lot of the feedback, and I bring those things to the engineering team that is working on that product, and we discuss how best to make this for world restructuring. So and, you know, we finally launched in an always-on state on June 14th, which was a huge day for our team, and it's going reasonably well. There's still a ton of stuff. I have a giant list of things I want to improve for this system. As every person who manages a product will tell you, not all of those things are ever going to get done, but we maintain the backlog, so we have goals and can continue working to improve it.
I appreciate that you've been transparent with a lot of that stuff, like the post about the OCX matchmaking issues in particular. Was like, hey, this isn't really working like we want it to, but here's letting you know what you can do to mitigate it while we work on a better fix. Like, it's not ideal, but it's better than the no communication from ArenaNet ever meta that some people from like 2017 might be used to. Like, nobody talked about World versus World for years around the time when I was playing, and it's nice to have that be a little different these days.
Yeah, and I would say thanks to our leadership for that, of being supportive of more transparent communication and kind of developing in the public eye a little more. It's a scary thing to do. It's a really hard thing to do in tech, and the average person doesn't understand our job. They don't understand what setbacks we might face, or general just games industry business. And that's
even
fine.
like letting you come onto my stream and talk about stuff like.
Yeah, exactly. But I love the system of us being able to talk about things in this. It's a live beta environment. We're absolutely still testing the system. We believe it's in a good place enough to kind of entrust World v. World to that system now, and continue actively iterating on it every week.
So did you find that the way we went through, I think something like 7-8 betas for restructuring, something like that? My assumption always been that in large part that was to test out different matchmaking permutations, but there was also the announcement that Grouch gave in an interview that I can dig up the link for later about how the actual system of alliances, of letting these guilds build formal communities together, was deprioritized, basically because people just started doing it anyway before the UI even existed, by making a new guild and inviting everyone to that. Was there anything else that happened during the restructuring development pipeline that was kind of like, hey, the community is doing things in a way that we didn't necessarily expect, let's try and integrate that into how we're thinking about this system?
I'm trying to think of examples since I've been on it. I mean, a lot of it is informational. I think you get into developing these systems, and you're thinking about it from a list of requirements, right? You talk about alliances sort of being shelved, the alliances UI. From the beginning, we had been considering that a core requirement of the system, that we would not ship without that. But when you're building the system, you don't start with the most complicated part. You start with what is the simplest, what groups already exist that could approximate that. And so when we were building the back end, you approximate with guilds, right? That's more or less what happened. And eventually you go, wow, this system actually works okay with guilds. We don't necessarily need that more complex, more resource-intensive UI to get this started. And so we were always gathering data from the betas, but they were 1 week or 2 week periods that don't accurately show us what player behavior looks like under the new system. And that's what we're seeing now. Like the fact that we've put this into a longer system allows me to just gather direct live data and look at it and try to understand how players are engaging with the system. I would find it really interesting to see that 500 player alliance guilds have kind of happened, those pseudo alliances, and that's really interesting. How many of those pop up versus how many 10 player guilds are being involved in the system, and trying to see that is the system working well for both of those categories. That's a long answer on the alliances UI specific part of this. I would also say, the alliances UI is never fully off the table. It's not a thing we're prioritizing right now because, like I said, we have a functional system that we can draw data from. But maybe we hit a point in development where that becomes important to us. We're always open to adjusting our plans based on what...
Not yet, but I can ask about it.
Situations we're seeing from the data. Other situations we've seen as far as like play pattern, I'll say one that has come up in the community a lot is the feeling that alliances has created a pressure for people to participate in 50-person squads. I would say that's certainly a thing that has happened recently. We are seeing large groups more frequently, possibly due to player activity, possibly due to the way alliances are structured. But that's one of those things is like we may have to adapt to that as a player behavior. But currently, we have to figure out what is the root of that player behavior.
Yeah, I mean, I like the way you cast it as, let's get the most interesting stuff implemented first, and there's this big backlog of stuff that we can roll out over time. You can catch yourself in these situations where you're trying to build the perfect product, but before it releases, like even with the existence of a multi-week beta to test some of the relinking stuff out, there's a bunch of things that you just don't know about any big complex algorithmic system until you launch it and just kind of watch it work for a little bit.
Yeah, the most interesting thing we can learn is how players are interacting with the system, right? When you design a system, you kind of I've heard the phrase like you cosplay playtest, right? Like you test it as the using it in all of its intended functionalities the way you designed it. Players are really good at giving us edge cases, and that was an important thing to learn. And like you brought up the recent forum post that I made that addresses one of those, right? We are considering time zones in the way that our algorithm works. We're not considering them well enough, right? In the way, especially in a situation where you have an extremely large alliance, that data can kind of get flattened out, kind of law of averages style. And I brought that to the team as I think this is an important point to tell people. We don't have a solution for it today, but telling people that this impact may be happening to them is better from my perspective than letting people think the system is broken or ignoring them or they're just getting unlucky, right? It builds up frustration, and I'm hoping that communication will let people make more kind of informed decisions about what they're doing.
Yeah, actually on that point, I want to pull and kind of synthesize a couple questions from chat, because I think people have asked a couple things that kind of tie into that point. I think this is kind of like an NA unique problem. I don't know what the state of off hours is like on EU, but it strikes me as being really difficult to balance around off hours population in NA, because the NA population is sufficiently large that 5 tiers is necessary to kind of do things like mitigate queue bug, make the game playable, because nobody actually likes sitting around waiting in queue. But OCX, I don't think really has the population to support 5 tiers, and might not even have the population to support 4. And they're both on the same region. So it seems like a particularly difficult problem to solve of what do we do about this massive NA population and this relatively smaller but still active and important OCX population, and how do we craft an environment where kind of both of them get to play and have fun and have content and see activity with where they're at?
Yeah, I mean that's a huge challenge, and like that's a huge goal of world restructuring. And frankly, it's one that we're only going to ever accomplish in a partial, right? To talk about an ideal scenario, in the ideal world, exactly map caps of all 4 maps for every team are filled at all times, right? And only that many people want to play World v World at any time, because that both avoids queues and perfectly fills the maps, right? That's just not realistic. We have different populations in different regions, and even if you didn't, like, say, people often bring up the case of like, what if OCX or C had servers? Now, I'm not in control of that at all, because that is a totally different part of our organization that would answer those kind of business questions. But that would not actually solve this problem. And I think it's important to remember that I live in Seattle and I play regularly during the OCX time because I just am up that late. It doesn't matter that you put a server in that time zone. That would help people's lag maybe, but it's not going to actively solve the issue of off hours play. And you mentioned you don't know as much about EU. EU has this problem. It's just less, I would argue, less defined. Yeah, it's different. They have different off hours problems.
EU is a wider place than NA. Oh no, a new build. Roy, why would you do this?
I must have broke something else.
Roy.
No.
Oh,
I actually don't know what I don't know what this changes or this update is.
I'm out, man. I'm bailing. I don't want to get
well,
stuck in here when they
you're
turn the
gonna be
lights
forced-
off.
You're gonna be forced to bail. Yeah, they're different off hours issues, I think, or not issues necessarily,
This
but
guy right here.
different
Riven,
things we have
he
to try
pushed this
and
balance patch.
incorporate when we come up with changes to game mode, which is why you see, of course, with the victory point changes that we're rolling out on Friday.
I think I actually have to like
different
restart. Right? Give me the-
numbers
yeah.
for each region,
Yeah,
because
let's go do it quick.
yeah, the I'd say like at the extreme, the gaps between the population on EU are higher, but then like the average population gap is more frequent on NA, if that makes sense. Just because NA has historically had more time zone coverage than EU does. There's a lot of different. There's people that play OCX. There's people that play C. There's people that play early NA. There's people that play late NA. There's people that play EU on NA, and then EU kind of has EU time zone, and then everything else. And so it's they're different problems to think about. And like Cecil said, there's not really there's probably not a perfect solution. It's kind of the same thing with the actual population system. Restructuring versus servers versus links versus whatever. And so it's there's a lot of iterating that we have to do. There's a lot of things that we want to try. And if something doesn't work out the way we want it to work out initially, there's always room to change and potentially try and make whatever change we do better, and work better for all the different populations.
That's kind of the nature of calling it the always on beta, right? Is that a lot of this
Yeah.
stuff can kind of get changed and iterated on.
Yeah, absolutely. And like Cecil said, he has a long list of things he wants to do for World Restructuring. I mean, it's the same thing. I have a long list of things I want to do for World versus World, in the same sort of sense.
Yeah, I do want to get into like a little bit more of these kind of, not necessarily podcasty, but like roundtable discussions. And I think one of the ones I'm planning on having once I get back from doing stuff back home is like an OCX roundtable to just kind of talk about, what are the issues that the OCX community has, how does balance work, how does time zone representation work, all that kind of stuff, and just kind of have that conversation. So I think it'll be interesting to see what comes out of that, because I know from talking to some friends that I have in OCX that like they're not a monolith. Some people are like, these changes are really good. Some people are like, these changes are terrible. I hate playing the game. And it would be nice to just kind of, have a conversation with a bunch of different representatives from OCX and be like, how are things working? What works? What doesn't? What are the issues that you guys are running into with this?
Yeah, I will say, just very quickly, without maybe answering your question, I do think that this is something you're going to encounter anytime you're ever creating. So I mean, like what we were saying before about tech industry in general. I think there's you're always going to have a diversity of opinions. I think gaming always has a diversity of opinions. I think World versus World has one of the largest diversity of opinions I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever really seen in any forum of World versus World discussion a universal agreement from World versus World players on almost anything. And that's obviously not an excuse, right? I'm not. That's not to say that we don't want to try and make everybody happy, but I do think that we're always going to expect that things are not always going to please everyone, and that is not obviously ideal. But that is kind just kind of what you were saying, where we see some people are happy with changes and some people aren't. And I think the way I kind of look at it is, if people are happy with the change, that's awesome. And if people are not happy with the change, I want to find out why, and I want to find out if I can, make them happy with the change, or change something about that to make them happy.
I'm hearing from Twitch chat that the World versus World build update was to fix an issue that was blocking access to Mersat token 25 in Ember Bay. So now that that's resolved, we're allowed to go cap that keep again.
Yeah.
But
I think we should all go get Mersat token.
I'm actually done with it already on both my accounts, so unfortunately I can't join you. Those don't exist to me anymore. But yeah, I was gonna say, like, I don't envy the task that sits in front of either you or the balance team at all, because there's like no less than half a dozen different, unique, distinct World versus World communities that all want totally different things. You've got the people who like dueling and roaming. You have people who like PPT. You have small-scale groups, large-scale groups, Zerg groups. You have the defense crew You have the off hours crew, and everybody wants all these different things. There's no unanimous solution that you could ever possibly come up with that works for everyone. So it's always
and
going to be this issue of like meeting some needs of every community, but nobody's ever going to be completely happy with them.
Yeah, and that to be, something else that I was trying to get to, and I couldn't find the words to because I'm a little slow sometimes. But I think that's always been the case, right? Like I don't think this is necessarily new. I don't think that the world versus world community is split.
It's a good question, Siri.
And it's only been split the last year or so. Like, I remember when I was just a player before I became a dev. When I first started playing, all I cared about was PPTing. And anyone who was GVGing on home Borderland, I was not happy with. I told them they had to leave. Because they were taking up spaces that I wanted to have for players to PPT with. And then when I started GVGing, I was like, well, hold on now. I kind of like GVGing a lot more. So it's like I've gone through that exact thing myself, and I think that's always been the case with the World World community.
It's truly crazy how many people who I've talked to who started playing in like 2014 and are now guild leaders, commanders, all these different people who are like, yeah, I got my start with scouting. I just sat in a tower for 2 hours and said when people were showing up. There's an incredible amount of people who actually just got their start doing random PPT stuff, and then they got more involved, they got more engaged, they wanted to do more organized stuff, and the rest is history. And it's cool to we're talking about these different player populations, these different player groups, and they all want different things. They're not static. It's not like you're only a dueler and the only thing you ever do is dueling. There are different ways that you can approach playing the game, but people move through them and between them all the time. It doesn't mean that they're not legitimate things to balance around. They are, but it's that the actual players who make up those communities shift around a lot. Serial did have one really interesting question that I wanted to ask as well. He said, are there any recent changes, and he said this was to Roy specifically, but I kind of want to ask it to both of you. Are there any recent changes that you've made in the last year or two where feedback has been overwhelmingly positive from everyone? My guess would be that it's impossible to hate the addition of the exotic vendor. It's impossible to hate the addition of Dugan, but I wanted to see if there's anything else that jumps out at you.
Well, so I mean, I will also say I think the feeling that I've gotten, so I've only been a dev for a little over 2 years, right? So I've only been doing this for a short amount of time, and this is my first job.
Is good, yeah.
The feeling that I've gotten from since I've worked here is that you tend to see negative feedback tends to be a little bit more outspoken than positive feedback. So I will say I think a lot of the times absence of feedback is almost a sign of positive feedback, or so if there was any change that I just heard nothing about, maybe that was a positive change in a way. But yeah, I think the exotic vendor definitely was. I think the only negative thing I saw about that was people were sad that we didn't originally have a aqua breather on there, which we added the next patch. So there you go. I guess that was probably the most universally positive patch when we added the aqua breather. I would like to think that most of the changes we've been doing have been pretty positively received, and in the sense that I think people are happy to see the game mode getting updates and the game mode getting attention, because I think for a long time the community felt like there weren't really things happening for the game mode, and I think the other thing that's really important, the thing that's most important to me, is that the community feels like they're at least being heard, at least being listened to, which is part of the reason we're doing something like this, where we're getting on and chatting with you. And it's part of the reason why I've wanted to try and post a bit more on the forums. It's part of the reason that we wanted to do the stream where we talked about the upcoming competitive changes a couple weeks ago, because it's really important to me that even if they don't necessarily agree with every single change we make, that they feel as though there's the opportunity for change to happen. There's the opportunity for them to hear or to speak with their minds. So I think overall, with that goal in mind, we've done a good job of that. We can always do better. I'll always say that we can always do better. But I think since from when I started here to now, I feel like we've done a good job with that. I would like to think so. Anyways, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm delusional, but.
Awesomeness is saying that the colored UD titles were a good change, but I distinctly remember people hating the colored UD change.
Yeah,
there were people who got mad about that.
Yeah.
it's really hard to please everyone. But I also like your mental of like if you never hear somebody complain about it, then it's universally liked.
Well, okay, no, that's twisting my words a little bit. I won't assume that. I'll go even further. I won't assume that any change I make is ever like universally liked, just because I'm always someone who wants to
They
strive
know.
to do more and better. I I tend to
They
want
know we're
to. I tend to hold myself to a higher standard, and like I definitely think that I could always be
Nope,
doing a
it's
better
voice
job
chat.
than I am.
Yeah, you do.
I think the team is doing a great job, obviously, but no, if I don't hear feedback about something, that's not automatically going to make it a good change. It was more of a joke, really, but
That's fair. See, it's honestly, like the one thing that I was thinking about before this stream was I was like, remember, this is like actually something that's semi-official. Just like
yeah.
don't meme it up and say anything dumb.
Oh, we can meme it up. That's fine.
So I'm like, oh no, I twisted Roy's words. They're never gonna talk to me again, man. It's over.
No, if anything, I'll get in trouble, not you.
Oh, perfect. Well, in that case,
Yeah.
Cecil,
Yeah,
did you have
I
anything
would
you wanted to add
agree.
about like stuff you've done that people liked?
Honestly, I think the things I've done that people like are mostly my communication things. I think people enjoyed my retro blog and specifically my stealing of the gliding bug as
Yeah,
a
the fall damage
event week.
stats.
Yeah, I love fun data, and when I would get the opportunity to share some of that stuff in our communications, it's like a great time for me personally, and everybody I talk to seemed to really enjoy those. I would also say, just kind of reiterating, I think, even our most positive changes will have detractors, right? This is even detractors that aren't in the World v World community. I think that's important to remember. I'll give you a negative side of the stat selectable exotic vendor. It definitely hurt the minstrel market on the trading post, right? So those players are going to have opinions about that. And I think it's good that they do, right? I think it's good for our team to remember that changes we make in our game mode don't just impact our game mode. They impact the entire game, and
Yeah,
it's
PvE also
good for us
exists.
to know.
SPVP also exists.
Exactly, and like as the competitive producer, I have to think about both both SPVP and World v World, but I try to also consider PvE and just make sure we're not negatively impacting those players. I try to take a do no harm approach to most of our stuff. As I think about the game, that I want to improve things for players while having the least negative impact. But it's development. There's always going to be trade-offs in things that you have to do. But yeah, my universally liked thing is I people really appreciate communication, and I've been championing that a lot on our team.
Yeah, I think that's a great kind of lesson and message to take away from it, because I think it has been really appreciated, even if people don't necessarily agree with what the changes are. They like hearing like what the change is and maybe some of the rationale with it as well.
Yeah, and another thing that I know Chef is familiar that I do this, but like I try to play with lots of different World v World groups. If you run at a regular time and have that posted somewhere publicly, I do try to jump in and join those players because it lets me experience the different, you talked about the many different player types. There are way more than you even named, right?
Yeah.
And it is incredibly challenging to always put my brain in those spaces without just going and experiencing it. And so that's been a really fun thing I've been doing for the last pretty much year and a half, 2 years, where I'll just a couple of nights a week I will jump in and play with people. And as I said, I frequently play in OCX times and have a lot of experience in that time zone, just because I have a really weird sleep schedule. But
Yeah, he's doing footage reviews at 3 a.m. There's no group he won't play with.
that's true. And if you have a draft tournament that you would like me to participate in, message me. I'll try it. I will probably cause a team to lose though. That's my. I'm not good at the game. I just love it a lot.
So I structured the first part of this conversation as restructuring specifically, and then the back half is more general game stuff. And I was anticipating it to go a little over an hour, but it is currently 48, and we haven't made it to the back half yet. But I do kind of want to hit on some of the bigger points that I had laid out. And the first one is that we've seen a lot of changes to the world versus world environment over like the last 2 years or so. Quality of life changes, structural changes, scoring changes, restructuring coming out, obviously. what are some of the biggest structural challenges to the game mode that still exist? Some like the biggest imbalances that you're looking at fixing, some of the biggest issues that you want to work on improving.
So, I think there's it's kind of two things. One, we've been able to do, I'd say, a decent amount of the things that we kind of set out to, or at least I set out to when I first joined the World vs. World team, which was a little over a year ago. And obviously, World Restructuring was, of course, a big one. But just releasing World Restructuring isn't enough. Like we've been saying, there's changes to we want to make, there's iterations we want to make. And I think I don't know that that's necessarily going to change because again, would it be great if one day we were like, oh, World Restructuring is perfect. Oh, we've cracked the code and every single player agreed with us. That would be amazing. But is that realistic? Maybe not. So I think we're definitely going with the idea of we have the system in place. We're gonna continue to try to make it better and make tweaks to it. And it's the same thing with other changes that we've made, like content-focused changes. The scoring changes that partially went out this week and that will be finished going out on Friday are kind of the same thing, where these are the first real scoring changes we've had to the game mode in, I want to say maybe ever. I can't really think off the top of my head of other real significant scoring changes that have happened outside of when skirmishes first got introduced.
It's either since the addition of PPK or the transition to 1-up 1-down when Glico got removed. I think it's probably either of those.
Yeah, that's. I guess that's kind of You should definitely call that scoring. I guess I was thinking more along the lines of like matchup structure.
Yeah. So last change would have been like shifting off Glico in 2017. That was.
Yeah. And so so we're trying these changes out, and obviously we've seen a lot of feedback, both positive and negative, around it. It's the first time we're trying these, and I said this on the stream that we did a couple weeks ago. A lot of these numbers are not numbers that we're like sold on 100% at the gate. There's a good chance that we're not gonna just hit the right numbers immediately, and we're gonna need to iterate on them. Whether that's just changing numbers, whether that's changing the amount of buckets we're using, whether that's changing the amount of the way that we're changing numbers and distributing numbers, whatever that might be. Maybe we need to pull back on changing the war score for objectives. Maybe we need to pull back on the PPK change. Maybe we need to pull back on the VP change. Whatever that might be, that'll continue to be iterated on. And so I think the overall goal, and I again said this a couple weeks ago on that stream, we definitely want to focus on incentivizing winning, making winning matter, giving players a reason to care about winning, care about matchups, care about fighting for their battle guild now, or their team.
They are officially called battle guilds now. That's correct.
Yes. And I think we're in a much better place to do that. I personally didn't really think that we should try to start moving in that direction, until we had scoring addressed. Just because I think, one of the reasons that seasons got pulled away from, you mentioned this earlier on in the stream, the development team at the time was worried about player burnout, players overextending themselves. We saw unhealthy behaviors, earlier on, or rather I should say the previous developers saw unhealthy behaviors, and as a player I saw unhealthy behaviors, and I even did some of those unhealthy behaviors as a player to try to win. And so we want to set World vs. World up to a place to be a place that you're not going to just play 24/7 for a week and then not play for weeks or for months on end,
or possibly ever again, as was the case with a lot of people post seasons, where they're like, I did 24-hour raids. I can't play this game anymore. I'm just leaving. And
so we want to get into a place where it feels like you can play and you have a goal. We want the goal to be to win. We want the goal to be for players to work together and work as servers, but again in a healthy way. And so I think there were a lot of quality of life changes that we made to make playing the game mode feel better and feel healthier. Scoring is a big part of that in sort of a larger way as well. And again, all those things need to be iterated on, whether that's changing the supply cost of an error cart, whether that's changing the point value of a skirmish, whatever it might be. Those are things that need to continue to be iterated on. But ultimately, we want to work towards incentivizing winning, making winning matter, and we're definitely setting ourselves up to be in a better place to start doing that. And so that's going to be the sort of, again, what we're looking at moving forward with, again, in mind, keeping an eye on the changes we've put out and how we can continue to iterate on those and make those better.
Yeah, I would say a lot of the stuff we're doing right now is systemically in support of that idea of, making winning matter in a competitive game mode. And one thing I'll add to that is something that we talk about a fair amount is the idea of shared player goals in winning matters. One thing we hope winning matters will have an effect on the community is that all of those different scales and types of players will be more aligned in the things that they want to do, or more accurately, that the things they want to do contribute to the same mindset. Where you see this problem occur, specifically a communication or like social problem occur when, for example, a team wants to drop down a tier to get better fights versus always trying to win. You get that inconsistency of competitive play. And so that's just an important thing to us is we want people to, sort of want the same things, and we want to incentivizing those things, getting people to understand their common goals a little better as part of winning matters.
Yeah, I love that. I think there's at times a lot of animosity between things like, scouts, roamers, PPT guilds, and PPK guilds, because they all kind of what's fun in World versus World for them is kind of different for each of those four communities. They're all kind of looking for slightly different things, and there's no kind of unifying goal that pulls everyone together to work for a shared objective, because winning kind of isn't really incentivized that heavily. And I totally agree with the way that you guys are talking about it, in that if you had some kind of carrot on a stick for doing well in a matchup, that you would incentivize some of those different groups of players to want to work together, play together, and contribute to some shared goals, because you'd all kind of get something out of it that you all want.
Yeah, you said a really important thing there that I want to distinguish, right? It's not always about incentivizing you to do a thing by putting a carrot on a stick. A lot of times it is about aligning what you get out of the thing, what you get out of your fun is aligned with the things other people want, right? So I personally believe that like the recent adjustment that Roy made to PPK, right, moving points per kill from 2 to 3, is better aligning fight guild success with the goal of getting war score in a matchup, right? And there's more we need to do there, but that is the kind of thing where it's like we want your fun to be recognized by the system.
Gotcha. Sorry, I'm fighting for my life. I'm good.
Alive,
okay.
Chef.
Yeah, no, that's a good distinction to make. Because I think that a lot of those communities kind of feel slighted sometimes by the fact that the majority of the player base tends to take kind of the Zerg-oriented approach. And what they enjoy doesn't always feel prioritized, because everybody around them, like, not talking about what ANET does necessarily, just talking about the mentality of the player base. Like, the majority of players are in groups and they're fighting to either win a matchup or defeat another Zerg. So, giving these different communities kind of different avenues to contribute and have their own fun, I think is a positive development.
Yep.
There have also been a bunch of questions about rewards, and I don't necessarily... In fact, I'm almost positive that you guys aren't going to be able to talk about what kind of ideas you have in the pipeline for making rewards matter, but are there other kind of reward structures that exist in World versus World? Things like the legendary armor, or the mist trinkets, or things like that might be due for a bit of a rebalance, the same way that we got Dugan added as a currency sink, and the way that we got an exotic armor vendor, and the way that we got a new, just in this last patch, recipe for unlocking some new ascended weapons. Are there different kind of corners of World versus World that maybe haven't been touched in a while and are looking a bit outdated that you guys have flagged as something to get iterated on in the future?
I don't think we have anything in that area necessarily to talk about, other than like, rewards and acquisition is always something we're just thinking about with any new update, is like, are there adjustments that we should make here? Roy, do you have anything on your list for that?
I mean, you're right that we probably can't talk about specifics.
Yeah.
I'll say, this is what I'll say. So, you mentioned Dugan. We talked about Dugan a couple times. That was in response to a problem that has existed for a while, right? Which is that world versus world players have a lot of different world versus world currencies. They don't really have a lot of things to spend those currencies on, especially once they've gotten, well geared up. So, maybe for like a player who's kind of newer to the game, who's getting into world versus world for the first time, they don't have a lot of those currencies. They've got more things to spend their tickets on and whatnot. And that's great. But for someone who's been playing the game mode for a while, maybe they have 80,000 tickets built up and they don't have anything to spend them on, and that's obviously a lot. So that's a problem that is very clear. It's a problem that has existed. We've done other things besides just Dugan, but yeah, Dugan's a good example. Adding that vendor is a good example of us trying to solve that problem. And I'll just say, there are other problems that exist, and that problem still exists in some sense, right? Like that merchant alone wasn't enough to completely it wasn't enough of a currency sink to completely remove all the currencies. Not that that should be the goal either, but we can always improve on that. And I think just like that, if there are other issues that exist, if there are other problems related to rewards that exist, then those are things that we are going to eventually want to try and solve if we think that those are problems, if we think those are issues. And that's obviously not maybe not a helpful answer. Again, not very specific, but yeah, I'm not gonna say like, no, we're never gonna do anything more with rewards. No, we're never gonna look at legendary acquisition structure with world versus world
avenues to unlock trinkets, things like that. Since that's the big missing one right now.
Yeah, if there's a problem that exists in the game mode at some point or another, if we think it is a problem, we're probably going to try and address it in some way. And just like with Dugan, if it worked, that's awesome. If we feel like maybe there's more that we could do, then we will continue to do that, as with everything else.
Yeah, I think one thing I think a lot about, just in our game mode in general, is like guiding people through our game mode, like wanting to attach, increase simplicity, make things more obvious about the things that you want to purchase. Like, I think legendaries become a really common sticking point because it is an obvious quality of life improvement. Once you have legendaries, it's a great chase goal. It's very obvious for players to want those things. There are lots of really necessary things to play in our game mode that like the average player won't be aware of, and just surfacing those things, making them more obvious for players, and then sinking some currency around out, especially out of veteran players with them, is very important to us. So we always I love getting that feedback. Anywhere you can reach me, especially the forums. I read the forums all the time. If you have ideas for things you would like to see, added to World v World as more currency sinks for us, it's always really useful feedback. Even if we don't do the exact thing, it gives us the idea of the thing you're looking at in those systems.
Yeah, I can't overstate, just piggybacking off what Cecil was saying, please definitely make sure, we say this on every balance stream, make sure you're giving us your feedback. I do read the forums, I read Reddit, I read a lot of Discords that I'm in pretty much every single day. So definitely make sure you're giving your feedback, and saying what you would like, saying what you like about a change, saying what you dislike about a change, in those places, because there's a pretty good chance that I'll see it. And obviously, that doesn't mean that it's going to happen immediately. That doesn't mean that it's going to happen. But, until, we get that feedback, or when we get that feedback, it's a lot easier for us to work with feedback than none. But, sorry, go ahead, Chef.
God, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, I was going to say there's a bunch of people who've asked like very specific questions about world versus world rewards, and if I ran through all of them, it'd be 30 minutes. Like legendary rune sigils, legendary trinkets. Can I get X? Can I get Y? Yeah, we're not going to be able to get to every single one of them, but the forums are a great place to put that. Of like, hey, it would be nice if there's an avenue to get X out of world versus world.
Yeah, always appreciate that feedback. We're not going to be able to discuss the specifics of any of those plans on this stream, so like that's. Yeah. This is a little bit more of a pass-looking stream, I would say, like talking about existing development.
Increase cooldown.
But obviously we have some vague planned sentences for the future that we can share, such as wanting to make money matters and such.
Yeah, also a lot of people talking about balance. Just to reiterate, this is something that I said to the stream before I had you guys hop on. This is explicitly not a profession balance stream. We're kind of talking
Yeah,
about world
also-
versus world generally.
Just I'll say it.
Roy is
neither
not on the
Cecil or
balance
I-
team.
Yeah, neither Cecil or I balance the game at all, which I know is definitely a bit of a misconception because I have previously been running the balance streams. So of course, it would stand to reason that players would think that I'm on the balance team. That makes sense, but I am in fact not on the balance team. Not only am I not on the balance team, I was even farther away from balance when I first started running those streams because I was on the rewards team. I wasn't even on the competitive team working on World vs. World at the time. It's a good bit of lore there.
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
to reiterate that a little bit, like we are always happy to get balance feedback, but
Oh, yeah,
you
absolutely.
just need to have the understanding that we are not the decision makers in balance. Happy to pass along feedback.
okay.
I do this for players all the time. I play a lot of
Now what?
structured PvP as well. Players
Now what
will
do I
hit me
do?
with bug
Now who do I
information
follow?
or their opinions on current meta and stuff, and I'm always happy to share that with the skills and balance team. But it's just not an area where we have any authority or decision making power.
So what I was going to say is Mika actually asked a really good question in chat about no downstake wheat and Golem Rush. Do you have any information that you can share about whether we'll ever see a return to events in World versus World, and whether they might be put on some kind of like rotating calendar to maybe coincide with holidays or festivals or things like that? So it would be nice to see more of those event returns every once in a while.
Yeah, I mean, again, not going to commit to anything here. Obviously,
Right.
I would certainly say it's not out of the question to think that we'll ever see those events again. I think. Yeah, without getting into too much, there's not necessarily like it's not as though we have decided that those were bad or something. That's not necessarily why we haven't been doing them. And yeah, there's no reason to think that we couldn't do them again in the future.
Full load week.
But yeah, I just
Now you're cooking.
we're not going to commit to any of that sort of
Makes
stuff
sense.
right now. I don't think.
Yeah, I would say Roy and I are both big fans of events like that in general. As
Well-
just exciting. Roy may not be a fan of the specific ones you mentioned, but the idea of events of that type are definitely something we're interested in.
On
It's
the
just not
times-
always a development priority.
The times that you've stopped by my streams, I've given you no shortage of ideas for
Yes.
killer week event ideas. So you've got a huge backlog just from those.
Yeah, everybody
All of them have
send
been
me
good.
Your bad event ideas. I love hearing them. They're actually some of my favorite things.
I consider myself in many ways to be an ideas man, in that I don't really have like any other marketable skills or talents. I'm just good at coming up with ideas. And then we are like 10 minutes over, but I wanna poke at one or two more quick questions, and then we'll probably wrap up. I know that there's been a lot of like conversation, discussion about the way that defense events are changing and the way that siege is changing in particular. That element of the game is kind of in flux, and the existence of siege in the first place is, one of the things that kind of defines world versus world and makes it this unique game mode is that you have these things that you can build. You have destructible walls, you have destructible gates. To the extent that you can, what is kind of your design philosophy around what siege should do for the game mode and how it should be used that's driving a lot of those changes and modifications?
So I think that.
Do you want me to try and kick you off? Because I've read into it a bit, and I think what it seems like to me is that it's a prioritization of defense being an active event that takes place between players, rather than being a passive event that takes place between a player and a static game-defined objective, like a wall or an NPC, etc. That's at least how it reads to me, with like the structural invulnerability changing being a dampening effect rather than an immune, with the disabler change being a reduction in effectiveness and making siege easier to kill. It seems like one of those things that's like it incentivizes players responding to an objective that's being attacked, but if it's an attacking group trying to break into an empty objective that has no active player defenders, it's really like not a change at all. It doesn't make any difference for them.
So, Yeah, so what I was, I'm mostly just trying to find the right words to say what I want to say more than not necessarily knowing what I want to say, which
Right.
is, I think, kind of what you were touching upon. Yeah, we want the engagements, across the game mode to be active ones. I think, in general, it is meant to be a player versus player game mode at its root. And so obviously, we want to encourage player versus player interactions. That's not to say that, I think if you can successfully outmaneuver players, and avoid fighting them, and take their objectives without them knowing, then that's just credit to you. If for whatever reason, if they're not scouting properly, or you're just doing a good enough job to outmaneuver them, then I think that's credit to you, and you should be rewarded for that. But yeah, I think primarily when we're talking about what I'll say, like an actively defended structure versus an actively attacking group. So when there's a group of players trying to get into a structure, trying to flip that structure, versus a group of players actively trying to stop them, we want both sides to feel like they have tools to use. We want both sides to feel like what they're doing is engaging and fun, and not to feel like they are basically being denied a chance to do what they're trying to do, and also you know, enjoy what they're doing. And so, yeah, the change with structural integrity, where before it completely denied any damage. Well, that really shut down a siege for a specific amount of time. And so, we looked at that and we felt kind of like that wasn't really the behavior we wanted to see. We want players to not feel like they're going to have to stand around for a minute doing nothing.
Especially if there's nothing in that objective that's actually threatening you. And it's just,
Yeah,
sitting
yeah.
on your hands for like a minute because your siege doesn't work.
Absolutely. And same thing with siege, both offensive siege and defensive siege, and talked about this a little bit on either the stream that we did a couple weeks ago. We primarily were looking at what we considered more defensive siege, which is air carts and trebuchets. And obviously trebuchets can be used pretty offensively as well, and I think with the reduction in supply costs, we're probably seeing that a little bit more often now. But we want siege both offensively and defensively to feel as though it has a use and has a purpose. And there's certainly more work to be done on that. I'm not going to claim that a cost reduction in air carts and trebuchets has made all siege perfect now. Yeah,
No hope.
it's going
No tag,
along
no
the
hope.
same route where we want players on both sides of the equation to have tools, to use. We want players on both sides of the equation to feel as though they're empowered to play the game, play that defense or offense. We don't want one side to be just like washing out the other all the time. And so that's what a lot of the changes, both back and forth, have been kind of aimed at.
Cool.
Yeah, I would say one thing I think about in this specific case is also just like we want you to use your buttons, right? We want you to not have as much time of your game, just be standing around waiting on a given thing to happen. And that's a thing we think about a lot. It's not the easiest fix to make by any means, but good to encourage players to press buttons.
Yeah, for sure. So I've noticed that this squad is currently led by a player named Senap. So Cecil, I think you in particular have a commitment that you now need to get to, and I've used up all your time available. And also we're 12 minutes over when I wanted to have it run anyway. But yeah, I appreciate you guys, agreeing to this and coming to chat a bit about, where you see the development of the game mode going and some of the history of it, some of the issues that you've identified, stuff like that. I will say, for people in chat who asked a question that I didn't ask Roy or Cecil, it's probably because it was a little too specific, or it was about future plans for the game. And I know from previous experience that those are questions that are unlikely to get a straight answer because, nobody wants to give away the stuff that they're working on. But the forums are a great venue for initiating those kind of conversations if it's something that you really want to know.
I will also say, fortunately for you, Awesomeness can ask me at any point his questions, since they're our coworker. And also, it's Captain John actually DM'd me on Discord an hour ago the same question he asked you in chat. So, it's those questions are being seen. Don't worry. I think you
So
don't worry
there's
about
other
their
venues
questions.
available.
Yes.
I do want to answer one question I saw come up
Yeah.
a couple of times,
Yeah,
which
go
is
for it.
about the Q-Bug. Q-Bug, if you did not read my blog from quite a while ago at this point, from our previous World Restructuring beta, the Q-Bug was something that was increased and is currently increased by the action, the fact that World Restructuring is on. That's actively being worked on. So the Q-Bug is under investigation. There's engineering resources dedicated to solving that issue. It's just slow. We have a very complex game, and some the things like that are actually have been proven really difficult to fix. So yes, it is actively ongoing. I would say, just to reiterate a point from that blog, that is one of the reasons we increased the tiers in each region, was to address, lower the impact of that queue bug, make less queues overall.
I
That
know there
part
was a
is
period as well where you're like, we want to fix this before we release the restructuring system, and I'm, not to be negative about it, but I'm glad that you decided not to do that because the Q bug has existed forever.
yes,
It seemed
and,
like it
and
was going
like
to be
that's the
really
thing.
hard to narrow down.
We're trying to solve two things, right? There is the specific aspect of the Q bug that is made worse by world restructuring. That's the thing we were trying to solve before launching world restructuring, and we elected that it was going to take more time than we were willing to hold the launch, because as I said earlier, launching the system gives us a lot of important live data to iterate further on the system. So that was an important factor in us making that decision. But yeah, it is. We're not done with it. It's an active investigation. We're continuing to work on it. And I would say on the tiers, specific tiers aspect, that is just another aspect of the system that we're always observing. We are looking at the population across the time zones. We are discussing, do we need to have these tiers? These are always things that are on the table to change at any given team creation. And what we've done that I'm very happy with is we've given ourselves a very, I would say simple, but a very identifiable point to make those kind of structural changes to the game mode. We can do it basically on each team creation. We can make that call.
And that's a human initiated process as well, right? That's not like an algorithm deciding how many tiers there's going to be.
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's
We
a great
choose
idea.
how many tiers there are based on quite a lot of data that we've pulled together around world restructuring. I am super not looking at my supply.
No, it's okay. I'm taking care of you. Don't worry. I got you. I'm giving you barrier like when it's available, which is not that often, but I'm helping. Any other questions that you guys noticed in chat that I happen to miss? Because I think we've all kind of been looking at a lot of different things going on at the same time.
I wasn't watching chat a ton during this, to be honest. So I don't really know. There weren't specific questions that I would look to. All I'll say is I welcome opportunities like this to come and chat with people. And I mean I'm always happy to talk to people wherever they may be able to find a way to talk to me. And like I said, I really do, promise that I'm keeping an eye on Reddit and the forums. Like anytime I see some sort of world versus world post on Reddit, I open it up and I read through the comments. I try and keep an eye on like new topics on world versus world, the world versus world section of the forums. It really is important to me to try and get a sense of what the community is feeling. Like Cecil said before, there have been points where I've been trying to play with a lot of different groups in World versus World. I haven't had as much time to play recently, but hopefully I can start that up again. But at the end of the day, the main thing is I just I want to definitely be making good changes for the community and for the game mode as a whole. And so I welcome any and all feedback, any and all discourse from players and from the community. I would like to think I am at the disposal of said community and players. And so, please feel free to reach out or post feedback through various forums if you want to. And obviously, Chef, thank you very much for having us on your stream and being a wonderful host. It's been fun to chat.
Man. It's been a good time.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Tag. Everyone say thank you to our Tag. People don't thank public tags often enough. Although I'm realizing I forgot to thank the previous two public tags, so I'm kind of the asshole now.
You're perpetuating the problem, yeah.
Yeah, look, nobody's perfect. I'll go back. I'll watch the VOD, figure out who it was, send them a mail, be like, thanks for tagging. It was a good time.
Yeah.
But yeah,
this was
thanks for
great.
hanging
Sure.
out. I hope you guys have a good rest of your week. I hope you have a good weekend, and we'll see you around on the forums. We'll see you around on balance streams, and we'll see you around on maps every once in a while.
Yeah.
All right.
Awesome.
Have
Thanks so
a
much.
good
Have a good one.
Yeah, you guys too. All right,
Bye.
let's close Discord. Comms off. Disconnect. Yeah, there you go. That was fun. That was a good time. Again, if you asked a question, I think I read like 95% of chat, but there's a lot of stuff where like I've played with Cecil quite a bit. I think I played with him like once a week. Every single time that there was a restructuring beta. And so I kind of a feel for like stuff that they're not going to necessarily answer. If it's really specific or it's about future plans, it's probably not going to happen. So Cecil Senna, sorry. So if you asked a question and I didn't necessarily pitch it to Roy or Cecil, my apologies. I just felt like it was something that they probably wouldn't be able to answer, so I didn't want to ask it. Oh no, my world transfer is currently processing. But yeah, I hope that was useful for you guys. I hope that was interesting. I hope that there was something that you learned about the restructuring process. I'm grateful for the fact that ANET is actually willing to reach out to people in the community and have this kind of communication, this correspondence with people. I think that's great, even if you don't necessarily agree with all the changes that they're making. And we're gonna go hop over back to NA because it seems like EU content's starting to die out, and we're gonna chill out there for a bit. So I can certainly attempt to answer things that I know about. If you've got questions to ask me, I know some things. I don't know as much as an ArenaNet employee, but there's like some stuff about World versus World that I know anecdotally. But if you were only here to hear from like ANET employees, that's probably where we're going to wrap up. So if you want to know if there's going to be more streams like this in the future, the best way to hear about those is going to be on my Discord. You can find a link to it here. And then this video is also going to go up on the VODs channel that I maintain probably pretty much ASAP, because I want to make sure it's out before I leave for my vacation wedding thing. And in fact, even now that I think about it, I may actually just put this up on the main channel. In addition to the main channel, I also have in addition to the VODs channel, I also have like a main YouTube channel. And that's where we post a lot of things like guide videos, discussions of patches, things like that. So I would definitely check out that resource as well. But if you were only here for the ANET section of the stream, that is going to be that. I'll kick the VOD up later, and that'll be a source of additional... I don't need to update ARC, thank you. Current one works. That'll be a source of additional conversation. And we might do some other stuff like this in the future, because it was good. Some more like, community roundtable, conversational kind of stuff. But I appreciate you hanging out. And I think the plan now is going to be to go and play with Soar. As soon as I find out what team they're on. What team are you guys on? I'll come by now. Am I doing a month vacation? I am getting married. I leave on the 21st. My fiance and I are going to be in Madison for a couple days doing some work stuff for her. Sorry about hitting the mic. I am going to then be back home for a couple days. We're getting married on the 28th, and I will be back in East Coast City where I live on August 1st. I have previously mentioned that there would be a suit stream. I don't think there's going to be a suit stream. Well, maybe there could be a suit stream. When is my flight, actually? Hang on, I'll check. I'm back on a Thursday. That sucks. Yeah, I could try and do a suit stream. The problem is that I didn't actually get a suit. I got a rental, because it's probably like the only time I'm ever going to wear a suit in my life. That's just not really like my vibe. And it turns out the longer you keep a rental, the more they charge you, which is weird. Because like I'm gonna have it for 2 weeks, but I'm only gonna use it once. Like, doesn't seem very fair to me. So basically, I'm returning it on the 2nd, and I don't think I'm gonna. It would have been fun to stream Reset in a suit, but no disrespect, it's not worth like the extra $100 it would have cost me to keep the rental that long. Not yet at this point. Maybe we'll do like a suit stream later on. What's been the most fun world I played in since Restructure? I embarrassingly have only played on the Ghoulish Crawl. I have had an extremely busy July. In addition to getting ready for this marriage, I'm also currently dissertating. And I have had very, very limited time to actually play as much Guild Wars 2 as I would like. So I have not really abused my partner privileges to poke around on different servers. So I'd have to say Legoola's Crawl, but Legoola's Crawl is also like the worst server that I've played on, because it's like the only server that I've played on. The fights primarily, I spend most of my time running with K&T, which is usually anywhere from 20 to 30. So I put that kind of in, like to me, that's not quite Zerg. I think like 40 plus is Zerg in my world. So it's kind of just like Fight Guild v Fight Guild, but it feels like everyone that we have run across is massive, is like 40 to 50. There was somebody in the comments, the chat comments, the Twitch comments, who was saying like the Alliance's meta is like really Zergy, and I think it's something that Cecil mentioned as well. It is, man. Every group is gigantic in Restructuring. I don't know necessarily that that's something that the system of alliances incentivizes. I think it's just people are really active, and the current support meta of like stacking a ton of supports really incentivizes you to run 50 to be effective. But yeah, everyone is huge these days, man. They're giant. It's such a hard time to be like a 15 to 20 man group. It's a really hard time to be a competitive 15-man group. What's my opinion about looking for a group in World versus World? It's bugged and visible to enemy due to reading only 4 digits of worlds instead of 5. First of all, that's very funny. Second of all, the only time that I've ever seen people use LFG is when you're like a reveal profession in a GVG, you put yourself in LFG to make yourself more visible. As long as there's no transfers to a specific server, I don't know that LFG is really gonna do anything. Is this Fiera? Is this Sora? Yes. Okay. Hello. I will be in comms shortly. I am also streaming. Hold on. Let me... Yeah, there's a lot of you here. I am also streaming, and there's a lot of people here. So I am going to leave comms muted unless you'd like me to broadcast them. Smiley face. Yeah, I don't know. It's super Zergy these days. I mean, maybe there's part of it that's due to alliances. I don't think it's entirely due to alliances, though. It's due to the fact that I'm attributed to a guild, I run with the guild, and everyone runs with the guild. I mean, to some extent, yeah. Like, I'm not a roamer. The thing I like about World versus World is that it is kind of like a team-based game mode. I like that. Yes, they're gone, Ruthless. You can come out of hiding now. I like the fact that it's a team game. I like the fact that there's coordination. I mean, the entire reason that I got hooked on World versus World in the first place was because I played a lot of World of Warcraft, and I loved Alterac Valley. And I loved the open world PvP maps, like Wintergrasp and whatever the one was, where it's like there was the demon in like the jail underneath, and there was like you fought for it every couple hours. Like, I love those maps. But the World of Warcraft community like hyper optimized rewards, where the best way to play Alterac Valley was to ignore the enemy team and just push directly for the enemy lord and get as many rewards as possible. And so when I started playing World versus World, I was like, holy cow, people actually care about strategy. People are actually coordinating things. This is like everything I wanted out of the World of Warcraft experience that I never got. So the dueling and roaming, and even kind of like to a lesser extent like the 5-man to 10-man small scale perspective, it's never super appealed to me personally. And so it's something that I've had to do consciously to be like, you know, I'm in the partner program. I bill myself as a like a community member who speaks to all parts of World versus World, and it's something that I try to pay attention to and, you know, listen to concerns about, even if it's not necessarily the part of the game mode that I personally enjoy spending my time on. But yeah, I'm glad that with what you're talking about, Shiburito, I'm glad that Cecil made that point, because I do think that a lot of the reason that there's no reason to backcap, there's no reason to gank, there's no reason to scout, there's no reason to take all these different potential approaches to the game mode is because there's no reason to win. There's no reason to work with other people on your team. And I think when that changes, you're going to see a really fundamental shift in the community. You are going to see people go from just kind of living in their own world of like, I log on, I have fun with my friends, I log off, to actually wanting to work with other people who you're playing with. Let me just make sure that I'm okay bringing Scourge. Hold on. I should hop in Discord. I should be a good community member. Hold on. Hello. I never asked you what you actually want me to bring profession-wise. Is Scourge fine? Is Reaper fine? You want me to bring like Firebrand, a healer, support? I'll bring a healer. Do you mind Tempest? Is Tempest okay? I can cleanse. Yeah, I mean, that point can be made of everything. And I'm not saying that when winning matters, that like people are all of a sudden going to be making friends all over the place. I mean, there's always going to be guilds that are just like, I'm just going to log on, have fun with my friends, and then I'm going to log off. And that's fine. I'm not saying those groups have to change. And I'm also not saying that like those groups are playing wrong. But the thing that's always been so interesting about World versus World is that no matter what your guild does, you are always stuck with a bunch of other people. You're always going to be stuck with like random roamers on your map. You're always going to be stuck with like random duelers on your map. You're always going to be stuck with PPT backcap groups. And it's interesting to have to try and work around them and work with them. It's an interesting strategic challenge. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, but it's always content. Which is fun. I do think that it's going to be, when eventually there are rewards for winning a skirmish, I think it is going to fundamentally change the way that the World versus World community works. That is something that I'm very sure of. Because you're changing the motivation for why a lot of people bother to play the game at all. And anytime you kind of change what the goal state is and what the fun part is and what the rewards are, it's gonna shift around your motivations for playing. Yeah, like I don't want to talk about KMT specifically, Ruthless, but we're gonna make a lot of enemies after the scoring change comes out. There's a lot of people who are going to be like, hey, I need your help over here. You're going to be like, get bent, loser. I'm blocking you in map chat. You currently don't care about World versus World rewards. How would winning, giving rewards make you care? Well, it depends on the reward. Like, maybe the reward is something you care about. But if the reward isn't something that you care about and you're just having fun with your friends, that's fine. Nothing changes. And also, like, if you're not having fun in World versus World, that's also fine. You can play PvE, you can do fractals, you can do dungeons. I mean, shit, I played Dyson Sphere program for like 3 hours this morning. So I just, like, didn't feel like playing Guild Wars. It's okay to play different stuff. If winning gave currency to get legendary armor, suddenly you get all the new people caring about winning. You do, but the veteran players don't care, because the veteran players are full legendary. Miss? Who the hell blinded me? This is so rude. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, you know, what Ruthless and Jimba Bob are talking about is, like, yeah, most people who are stuck playing World versus World right now are like, the reward is having friends. That's true. Because all the people who were playing World versus World to get things quit in 2015 when seasons ended and never came back. So when you wonder, like, man, World versus World used to have so many more people in it, where'd they go? All the players who cared about rewards left. Because They didn't get anything. Now, are they all going to come back because rewards get added? No, like, probably not, but some of them might. Hold on, I'm turning lights on. It's getting dark. I'm starting to get, like, weird shadows on my face. Can you still hear me? I'm just moving the chair over a little bit. Like, you can... I'm still here. Okay, we're good. That's better. So I don't know. And I mean, like, my own personal bias is that things changing in the game mode is interesting. I think there's... If you had to try and delineate different groups of world versus world players, I think you can split them in two. You can say that there are world versus world players who think it's interesting when things change, and they look for the optimal way to do things when a change happens. And then there are world versus world players who don't like change, and they like the familiarity and the comfort that kind of comes with knowing how things work and being comfortable with that routine. Neither of those approaches is wrong. But I do think there's definitely people in the community who are like, man, it's great that World versus World didn't ever get changes and now it's getting changes. And then there's people who are like, World versus World is different now. I don't like that. I like the old way. It's a tough balance problem, man. I'm glad that it's not my job. Even things like reskins of existing legendaries. So speaking of reward tracks, I'm currently working on the Honor of the Waves track because I think I need one more skin. Oh, it's gonna be on Chef. I need one more skin out of the Honor of the Waves, and then I'm done with every dungeon armor collection across all 8 dungeons. I gotta start running the hero reward track to unlock the new weapon skins because they came out, and I'm interested in that. I like collecting skins. Skins are neat, and it was cool that they added a new skin set in the last patch. So, like, that does it for me. But everyone's got different stuff that they want to get out of the game. So, you notice that some guilds have been profiting over mass recruiting. Within the last weeks, they got 10 new players between rank 0 and 100. Well, I mean, the other interesting thing is that there's players between rank 0 and 100 to even recruit. Like, the influx of new players into the game mode is great, because the only way that World versus World works is if people are playing World versus World. As soon as the population decides they don't want to play anymore and, like, they don't want to log on, it's a massive problem. So seeing people join who are, like, you know, Assaulter, rank 6, is a good sign for everybody who plays World versus World continuing to have fun. Yeah, the Alliance Discord has been great. I don't want to show my bias too much because I'm one of the admins in the NA Alliance Discord, but, like, I love that that's a resource that people have access to. They can meet new guilds, they can talk to other people about World versus World, they can learn how stuff works. It's good. It's nice to have people talking about this game mode that we spend a bunch of time on. I think that can only ever be positive. So we're going to run with Soar for about the next 2 hours, which will be fun for a couple reasons. Number one, because I don't run small scale a lot. We're only 11, so that's going to be an interesting learning activity. And then the other thing is that there's not a lot of groups that run in, like, this early NA slot. I don't know basically anyone who runs before 8 p.m. Eastern. And it'll be nice to get some new exposure, some new people. Yeah, I should make that a command, probably, to link to the Alliance Discord. Reminder. I still have pen and paper in front of me. I'll just write it down now. Like, !Alliance should probably tie to that. Or NA. I like that my streams are kind of bespoke. Chef, what do you mean by bespoke? That, like, I don't do anything that other streamers do because I'm lazy, but I can play it as, like, I'm just like a, you know, organic single batch, small scale, like craft stream, basically. But I should maybe like do a couple organizational things. Wow, I think you're peasants. No, you've got it backwards. I think you guys are like craft beer enjoyers. Where you're like, oh, I was into Chef before he was big. I was here when there was only like, 10 people in chat. And then he never like got bigger than that because it's a part-time hobby. But I'm very complimentary. What do you mean you don't know what bespoke is? Do I not know what bespoke is? Bespoke is like something that has rustic charm. Oh no. Do I not know what bespoke is? Made for a particular customer or user. Making or selling bespoke goods, especially clothing, that's Oxford. Like, you can't define bespoke by using it in a sentence. Dealing or producing in custom-made articles. It fits. This fits. Bespoke is like a one-off. It fits. I'm getting gaslit, man. Which time zone am I? So me specifically, I am US Eastern. I live on the East Coast US. In terms of like where my circadian rhythm is, I am awake between the hours of like 10 a.m. and 3 a.m. And I work between the hours of like 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. And I play Guild Wars between the hours of like 9 p.m. and 1 a.m. basically. Chef, how do you work at 8 when you wake up at 10? Yeah, that's the problem. You've identified the problem with my schedule. I don't like it, but with how much I get paid to consult, I wake up for it. Turns out that everybody's got a price, and my price to wake up at 8 a.m. after going to bed at 3 a.m. because I have no self-control is lower than you would think, but enough to live off of. I always find knowing when the reset is versus when the next skirmish time is confusing, and part of why you never feel like you're winning. I mean, there's a lot of people who just don't know how score works. Like, why would anyone have to know when a skirmish is? It doesn't get you anything. But I think that'll change. Like, when you have a reason to know how the score works, then you'll learn how the score works. It's like, if you're a fight guild, you have no reason to learn where good cata placements are until you try to siege an objective and you get shot by like 4 mortars concurrently, and then you're like, oh shit, I gotta learn where to put a catapult. This is my own experience in learning how to command. So that I thought you just put a cata on a wall, and then like that was it. No, it turns out that there's like good spots to put a cata and there's really bad spots to put a cata, and I had to learn them. You still don't know? Good. Stay comfortable in your ignorance. I think that me knowing good siege spots is kind of like a personal failing. Glad you never made a siege video. They changed so much. Yeah, you gotta remake your objective contesting video. So I linked that to like half a dozen people. You want to talk about mechanics that people don't really understand. I think that like no more than 15% of the player base actually knows what makes white swords or how long they stick around for. Delete it? No. You set it to unlisted, and then you save the link in case you want to show people how things used to work. Adopt a data archivist perspective. Like, if you go to my YouTube, I have like 20 videos or something that are public. I actually have closer to like 50 to 60 videos. It's just that when a build becomes obsolete, I set it to unlisted. And then there's a channel in my Discord, which you can see with !Discord, where I post the archival links for all the old videos. So if you're like, man, I wonder what Firebrand looked like to play in 2021, you can go and watch a video about it. Which is like, I wish that shit existed. I think it'd be so cool if somebody started playing in like 2018 to watch a build guide for like Epidemic Necro from like 2015. That'd be so cool. Exclamation mark add command. Oh yeah, you're a mod. You can. Oh, you can't do it. I think I have to do that one on the back end. It's okay. I'll take care of it. Here, have some super speed. Here, have some more super speed. Oh, if you don't care, I mean, you can just delete it then. But I care. I think that those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. But, like, that's just me personally. Turns out that nobody plays during this time slot. We've seen like 4 enemy players. It's not busy. He was going to learn from how contesting doesn't work anymore. I don't know. It's like a thing that people say. Who said that anyway? So it's probably like Theodore Roosevelt or something, if I had to guess. To learn from history or doomed to repeat it. Who said this? Oh, it was Winston Churchill. That was my second guess. Rusty, are you still here? I feel like this is a comment that's like uniquely suited to people who play with Strike Force and other meme guilds. You ever think about how like World War II generated the highest proportion of like statesmen who were also career yappers of like any period in history? Oh, I should probably heal my friends. Because, like, all those dudes did was just yapped, man. Just, like, talking all the time and then smoking, like, 4 cigars in an evening. And then also, like, killing Nazis. It's crazy. Oh, get out of here. Get out of here. My launch isn't ready. So what standard for early NA, NA prime, and late NA? I think early NA... Oh god, it's hard though, because there's... I'm going to be showing my US Eastern bias, but I think that early NA is 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern, NA prime is 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern, and then late NA is 11 p.m. Eastern to like 2 a.m. Eastern. But that's like extremely an East Coast pilled take. Because it basically says that if you play in PST, you're automatically late NA. And I feel like that's not a opinion that's going to be well received by people who play PST. Prime is 9 to 11 EST. I'll take it. I think there's some guilds that start at like 8 p.m. EST that would classify it as prime. You never know when to go into World versus World for uptime. Morning before work and it's empty, afternoons and it's empty, but other days there's 50 to 100. It really depends on what team you're on. But also I would say that like if you're playing in NA, yeah, it's the real chef. Sorry, there's a lot of people in chat. I'm talking to them primarily, but I'm here. Okay, it's just literally heard my name and it was like that, you know that thing where it's like you can hear your name from across a crowded party? It was that. I was like, oh no, did I screw up? Okay. Hi. Alright, I got him. Yeah, but I can see that as being prime. The biggest thing though, Burrito, is that you kind of got to know when people on your team tag up. And that's the biggest thing that's going to tell you when to play. Like, the pug tag culture in NA isn't great. And I think it's slowly improving, but it's definitely a, oh no, I'm going to get Q. I'm Q2. I didn't fit. I'm Q2. It's okay, I'll just grab nodes. It's a big advantage that EU has. Is that EU has a much more established pug tag community. And so it's easier to just like drop in, find a group to play with, and then drop out. NA is much more community-centric, where it's you find a community that has a couple different tags in it, and that's who you follow. And then you just kind of wait for their Discord to ping and say that they're going to tag up. Commanders crying to get Moa nerfed, ruined world versus world. I agree. I think what the Commanders crying to get Moa nerfed probably should have done is gone to youtube.com/@chefplaysgames and watched Commander Camp Episode 8, How to Be a Moa, and then realized that like 80 to 85% of the strategic advantage that you get out of Moa is by mowing people who don't know what it does. And just kind of like tilting people. And if you have stronger mental, then Moa is actually like a wasted skill on your slot. But unfortunately, they just decided to nerf it instead. Like, I love getting mowed because it means that somebody is not running Gravwell. And being caught in a Gravwell is so much worse than getting mowed. I'm coming. What the hell? No, this is... What map are you going to? Oh, okay, never mind. That's, that's a me problem. I didn't notice that there were two team names that both had M's in them. I didn't read. I was like, oh, they're on the M map. I'll go to the M map. No, that's just me, like, not being a smart person. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say that they need to, like, change the name of Moogaloo, but then I realized that, I'd be thrown in a pillory in the town square because Moogaloo's everyone's favorite server. Be throwing tomatoes at my face for suggesting that Moogaloo should get his name changed. Yeah, Moa the healer in the commander party, these are the secrets. Figure out who your commander's firebrand is and Moa them. Figure out who your commander's healer is and Moa them. If you want to, like, actually destroy someone's ability to fight effectively, you do not Moa the commander, you Moa the person supporting the commander. Like, I try in the videos that I do to take a constructive approach to world versus world and, like, teach people things that they can use to improve at the game. But knowing to Moa a commander's healer is like a level of knowledge that I didn't actually want to distribute to the community. So I didn't include it in that video. Oh geez, this looks a lot of people. Holy. Okay. We gotta play the game now, boys. We got gamers in front. Sky in front too. They're possibly even bigger. It's a horrible time to be 11 people. Who's Pink Tank? Perk Shiesty? I don't know who that is. Ink? Yeah, there's several inks currently. It's some good heads-up gameplay to notice the movement of enemy groups wrapping around your tail, but also I don't think Sky is the kind of group that's just going to veil into you when you're only 11 people. Grave's not up. Very sad. What guild is the purple tag? Oh, okay. We don't know who it is. It's a mystery commander. And he's gone. No more purple tag. Oh well, nevertheless. No, I was just like, oh, maybe he'll have 40 people on him and he can come help us fight these two giant groups, but apparently not. Depending on what guild that 11 people is, you could see them getting veiled into a 50. This is Soar. We're running with Ascension of the Phoenix. A guild that we will literally have never played in the same time slot as, so you have probably never seen them in your life. They finish 8:30, we tag up 9. Who? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the 6:30 p.m. Eastern is a pretty early time slot. Okay. You don't actually have to tell the bot that you're not commanding. You can just, like, you can not answer it. That's fair enough. Yeah, I can see that. Dude, the bot, listen, the NA Alliance's bot doesn't actually have feelings. You don't have to worry about insulting it. Later, Serial. Have a good one. So I'm not too worried about insulting the reset bot. Like, my strategy for surviving the oncoming robot overlords is every time I ask ChatGPT something, I say please and thank you. I think that's going to get me there. Yeah. That's a good one too, yeah. Just bake it up. Oh, for sure. It's going to be like the... It's going to be like the scene from Clockwork Orange where they pry your eyes open and then they just display every prompt you've ever written to an LLM. And they're like, think about what you did. Hey, there's a group here. There are bad men. Now, I'll put this in Say Chat. It's going to be funnier to put it in Say Chat when I get up here. Hey, there's bad men on the other side of this map, BTW. If you guys want to stop PPT stressing, LMAO got them. Okay, I've informed our ally group of the presence of enemies on this map. They ported from one of our groups. Oh no! Oh no! Yeah, we tried. Informed? Yeah, you gotta let them know. I'm nothing if not a scout. I'm getting my reps in for later when I'm playing on FA, I mean Lagula's Crawl, so that I can deliberately spread misinformation for fun. Like, if you're not a good scout in the first place, you won't know how to pretend to be a bad scout. You know what I'm saying? Finn outside. They've changed their mind about dodging. I'm fine starting in Earth here. BPT's going already. Give me more stab. Give me one more stab, and then I'm gonna hop into water and just roll some Condi Cleanse on people. Let's keep them alive here. Let's cleanse as many Condis as you can. Hop me into fire. Give me some quick might. Hop me into air. Give me a super speed to chase the rest of these down. God, I love Tempest, man. I wish Tempest was better. It just has such a cool flow to it. Like every aura does something specific, and especially now that you don't have to overload them to keep your lack uptime high, you just have so much more flexibility with like when you choose to deploy your skills. You're like, I can't just duck into fire and not worry about overloading. I can't just dip, duck, dive, dodge into air to like roll super speed one time and then get into another good aura. It's a good time. I also appear to be the only dedicated Condi Cleanser, so I really need to play well. Say nobody showing up on that cleanses meter. It's just me, man. Good on supply? Yeah, good on supply. Never let him say you don't about face. Hold on, I just have to get this Vista quick. I don't have this Vista. I'm helping. I was gonna say that, like, they could add rewards back into World versus World by giving you, like, a key for map completing all 4 maps. And then immediately realize it'd be a horrible idea because there'd be so many people just key farming. If I had to pick one big thing to change about World versus World, having talked to the devs about it, even if it's unreasonable, what would I change? Oh, man. I actually think I have an answer to this. I would get rid of 1 up, 1 down, and I would replace it with a Swiss. I think if you had a 1 month matchup, like I haven't done the math on this at all, I don't know if a Swiss is even possible, but if you had a 1 month matchup that was a 4 bracket Swiss tournament, it'd be sick. It'd be so good. Stab me. Signet me. Holy cow, that's hot. Okay, never mind. I guess I was in way more damage than I thought, and also they're like 3 times as big as we are. But like this is totally me talking. I have not had this conversation with anyone from ANET, and even if I had, I wouldn't be able to talk about it. But I think that the next core World versus World system to start showing its age after restructuring is done and after scoring is done is 1 up, 1 down. I don't think it's a particularly competitive way of I don't think it's a particularly good mechanic for implementing competition. And I think it worked better, surprisingly, when matches were 8 weeks long, because you had more time to centralize yourself in higher tiers. As like we're performing well, and we're in T1 as a result. So, given that it seems like for the foreseeable future, the team matchmaking period is going to be only 4 weeks instead of 8, and given that they want to introduce more competitive rewards, I think that replacing it entirely with a Swiss would be much more interesting. Yeah, or if they were going to stick with 1 up, 1 down, have it wrap. Where the actual tier number doesn't really matter. Like, it's not, you're not in T1 because you win, it's just, for that week, did you win or not? Like, change rewards so that they only care about whether you won a given week or not. But then, like, shuffle the team somehow. Oh my god, these people move maps so often. There we go. Relink every week? I don't know about relink every week. Like, I think that Roy made a really good point when he was talking about how, like, there's no optimal solution. The server system had advantages and disadvantages. Restructuring has advantages and disadvantages. Restructuring is a better system for competitive rewards because it disincentivizes stacking and it basically makes it impossible to stack a server. What it's not good at is fostering community, because like we're on Lagula's crawl this month. Who knows what server we're going to be on next month? So it's difficult to kind of build a sense of community and sense of identity when the only people who you can control are the other 499 people in your guild max. And that was one of the benefits of servers, especially before the PvE world versus world split, when your server was your server. Like, you would leave world versus world, and all the people you saw in Lion's Arch, and all the people who you did PvE map trains with, and all the people that you did like open world metas with, were the same people on your world versus world server. That was great for establishing a sense of community. And I think that if you did relinks every week and just constantly shuffled things, you would never give communities a chance to emerge and form. You wouldn't give people on that team the opportunity to get to know each other. And I don't know. I don't think that would be good. I think the community has to exist somewhere in the game. And I understand that servers had to go because, well, they were good at community. They were really bad at competitive balance and time zone stacking. But I don't think that you can completely disregard the importance that community plays in World versus World. Yeah, it was even better for recruiting. I mean, there's so many people who I talked to from that early period of the game who were like, yeah, I got started in World versus World because, like, I was in Queensdale doing map completion and somebody was like, all available hands need to report to the World versus World right now. Like, it was a major way to get people involved in the game mode because you had that sense of community spirit. You had that sense of, like, you know, team building of like, hey, you're not doing World versus World right now, but we are, and we need your help. Isn't 500 not large enough for a community? It's not. And the other issue that alliances have in terms of a community is that new people don't really cycle into or out of that community. Like Ruthless is saying, limiting a community is never a good thing. Alliances are kind of self-limiting because they don't incentivize you to meet new people. It's kind of like, that's your in-group, and you don't really have to talk to an out-group. There should always be a reason for you to have to deal with people who aren't in that community, and then you can use the Alliance Guild as sort of a, I met this person, and I liked this person, and they liked me, and we kind of think about the game mode in the same way, so I'm going to invite them into this community because I want to continue playing with them down the road. But you always want that influx of people of like, hey, I met this person who's not in my community, and they turned out to be pretty neat. So it's not really about the size, it's more like the membership. The membership is the part that matters. But previously you were always limited to your world's community. You were, but you always had that influx of people from PvE, and also when server links came around, which some people weren't a fan of server links either, server links gave you the opportunity to meet new people, because all of a sudden there was this whole second server that you got linked to, and you had to figure out how to work with them, and then 2 months later it would reset. Yeah, server communities were just much, much bigger. I don't disagree with you. I do think that in restructuring you are constantly meeting new people, and that's good. But it's only really because relinking existed since like 2018. And there's a finite population of people in world versus world when the only servers that can be linked are large servers and small servers. So like 2 hosts would never get linked, and 2 links would never get linked. And when you're meeting people that you've never met before in world versus world, it's primarily because they were on the same server type that you were, where like you were on a host and they were also on a host, so you just never met them. But the staleness kind of the population between links and hosts had like kind of run its course. Like if you were on a host server, you'd been linked to most links by that point, and you kind of knew who people were. And that recruiting pool was kind of starting to get exhausted. Dude, he's going in there. Party's fine. Party's starting to take damage. Clean these couple up. PPT's in Lord's room already. I can go for an overload here. And then we're just gonna chill on top of our commander. Yeah, we're doing it. Nice. It's also only because the top alliances are in flux. Eventually similar skilled alliances will converge and you'll start seeing random groups. I don't know about that. I think a lot of what you're calling the top alliances right now are actually in the process of reorienting themselves and realigning their membership. Because they played with somebody for 1 beta and they were like, yeah, I like these guys. They're fun enough. And then the system actually went live, and now you're starting to see the cracks in terms of what kind of groups actually like working with one another. So there's a part of me that thinks that alliances, like player alliances, are actually going to be self-regulating, where eventually people just get tired of one another and decide to move on. Because you'd see it happen during the server structure as well. Like, people would just bandwagon servers because they got tired of whoever they were playing with. So it'd be like, you know, it's been like a year and I've always had to play alongside X guild and I kind of just want like a change of scenery. I think you're going to see the same thing happen with restructuring, where there's going to be kind of like anchor guilds that run large, stable alliances because they're people that have known each other for a very long time. And then there's going to be guilds that are more mercenary and are more freelance that kind of rotate in and out of those larger alliance structures. And that's one of the things that's kind of going to keep that system fresh. Also, you can only converge so many people. Like 500 people is approximately 7 world versus world guilds. 6 to 7. Because like an average world versus world guild that's fight oriented, that is competitive, that cares about competition, is never really going to be bigger than 100 to 120 people. Otherwise your group is just too large and you start depriving yourself of content and people can't fit into your squads, etc., etc. So you've got guilds that are like 70, 80 people. You have a hard limit of 500. You're only ever going to be able to fit like 6 guilds, 7 guilds in there in the first place. What if you have 2,000 people in your Discord server? I don't know, man. Sounds like you're running a community Discord server at that point. Sounds like you're running like 4 Minecraft instances, maybe like a PAX Day community. Maybe you got like 20 people who are actually Valorant mains, log on for Guild Wars 2 like once a month, but they're still in your Discord for some reason. I don't know, just guessing. How many people's Nova got in his Discord anyway? He's also got to have like just like a massive Discord at this point. I'm just curious. I'm just checking. I'm just asking questions. I'm not trying to put Nova on blast or anything like that. I'm just curious. Where's that monkey face? Is he still the monkey? Why am I not seeing this? Oh, because I'm looking in my World vs. World servers Discord folder, not in my the World vs. World guilds folder. That would be why. World vs. World guilds. I don't know how to check how many people are in a Discord server. I give up. 1949 in Apex? That sounds about right. Yeah. That's when you're in community guild territory and not like world versus world guild territory. When you saw Cecil's post about smaller off-hours groups not getting matched against similar enemies, should not be up here, first of all. I'm in trouble. I'm in hell. It's gonna drop. Good, 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 good. Hold on, I have to focus quick. There's bad men here. I can't believe my whole party survived because I was, like, not locked in. Oh, it's hot. Yeah, I can't. I haven't been paying attention. I'm sorry. That's on me. So hold on. I need stab. I'm so far behind. I'm gonna need to dodge this as well. I would love for this heal to come up. Thank you. So duck me into fire quick. Give me one aura. Get me out of fire. I wish I had a banner right now. Ah, never mind. I'll just die. I rallied. Never mind. I'll live. I lived. That was easy. Never mind. I died. Hard. Difficult game. Never mind. I lived. Easy game. Okay, sorry. It was a little busy. Like getting a guild of friends, you'll be matched perfectly. It should be the smallest size one to accept. I have a lot of feelings about that OCX post, and a lot of them I think I'm just going to save until I actually do the OCX roundtable, which I would really like to do. But at least to me, like having a spread. Oh no, he's still here. I can't directly contradict him. I'm just kidding. I'll do it anyway. It's disappointing. I was really thinking that like having coverage guilds in your alliance would be a neat way to kind of unite the OCX communities and the NA communities and make everyone kind of feel like they have a place and they belong and all that kind of stuff. So I really hope that there's a solution that's found that is more long-term than what Cecil suggested in that post, which is, for now, you should play with other people who are like you. I think that is antithetical to the way that the world versus world community should work. I'm dead. Goodbye. I have no stab. I'm finished. I think that that solution is antithetical to how restructuring should work. So I hope that they find a better solution than that, is what I was going to say. No, just ruthless. Oh, no. I'm glad that you and Alun are friends. It's one of the few people who you've actually made friends with after being bitter rivals with. And all it took was that the two of you played like the same mobile game and talked about it for 10 minutes. It really do be like that. Yeah, you guys are friends, like best friends, I would say, like personally. But again, it's like, it's an always-on beta, you know? It's the kind of thing that can get iterated on, and based on the conversation that I had with Cecil and Roy, I'm sure that that is a temporary solution that works well, but it's not necessarily the best solution long-term, and it's something that'll get iterated on. But I also think that it's emblematic of the difficulties that the OCX community faces in trying to fit in with the NA community when the time zones are literally orthogonal from each other. It's not even like OCX is late PST. It's like, you know, noon in Sydney is midnight on the East Coast. So. And the separate C server, I mean, a separate C region, not even a separate C server, but a separate C region, where like you select NA, EU, or OCX, would be like a potential solution. But again, that's just like, it's unnecessary fragmentation of people who want to play together. And I don't fundamentally like that as a solution. I don't think that putting everybody in their own little corner of the world where they can play with people who are just like them is ever really going to be the best solution. You want to encourage people to work together and collaborate and strategize and do all these other things that kind of make world versus world unique. It's just a question of how do you do that effectively, and it's a complicated question to answer. Ping is always the issue. Isn't NCSoft like a South Korean company? Just like buy an Amazon cluster in South Korea and move the servers there. Aren't server prices in South Korea super expensive? Yes. So expensive that Twitch doesn't even operate there anymore. But, you know, we're just chatting. Doesn't have to be like good ideas. Just has to be like, you know, action items. But yes, running servers in South Korea is prohibitively expensive. Yeah, I should change the stream title now that we're done with the interview portion to, like, you know, chatting with Ryan Cecil about restructuring? No. Bad ideas only until 11 p.m. Eastern. Here we go. Fourth skill on arrow cart does 25 target, 1200 radius mela. No. I said a bad idea stream, not like a different idea stream. Fourth skill on shield gen shoots a deployable Winds of Disenchantment that prevents the application of boons in a radius where it lands. Give it a third bubble effect that instead of doing CC just prevents boon application. Like, you, a normal thinker with like a normal number of brain folds, remove boons from enemy players. Me, a video game player using 100% of his brain folds, prevent boons from ever being applied in the first place. Yeah, the new effective Necrospear owns. I think it is going to be crazy if you stack Necros. I think if you're the kind of guild that runs like 13 Necros in 40, it's going to be disgusting. I think that if you run a tasteful number of Necros, like you run 2 or 3, it's not quite powerful individually. I did a little bit of testing with it. I don't think it quite gets there if it's just you using extra pain. It's not quite powerful enough. But when you stack it, oh my god, it's gross. No one's on this RAM? Never mind, someone's on this RAM. Oh, I forgot to ask Cecil and Roy about my absolute best bonus week idea, which is that NPC keep and castle lords are replaced with PvE raid bosses. God, if I could get like any event implemented, it would be that one, man. How sick would it be to be like, oh, let's just go flip Bay, and then instead of like champion keep lord at Bay, it's like, you know, hold on, name like a raider strike boss challenge 2024. The Doom? No, people already said Doom. Who's the Anka? We'll say it's Anka, right? I can name Anka. Instead of champion keep lord, it's Anka. And then, like, you just have to do all of Anka's PvE mechanics while you're getting clouded by, like, 35 rangers. It'd be sick, man. It'd be so good. Deimos? I don't know what Deimos' mechanics are. Who's the guy in Wing 7? 3 EUA points have been pulled. There's a lot of them. Who's the guy in Wing 7? The Jin that where you're like fighting on the hexagon pillars and you have to do pillars and then you know that guy? Who's that guy? What's his name? He'd be a sick lord boss. Kadim? Yeah, he'd be a sick raid boss. No. He's the last boss. I'm talking like the first boss. Adina. Yeah. Adina would be a sick raid boss where you gotta like do the circle rotation while you're trying to stay alive. He's so much fun. I'm just saying, I think this is a winner idea. I probably shouldn't be overloading right now. I think I'm going to have to clear a lot of condies very soon. Yeah, this'll do. You guys are fine, right? Yeah, you're good. You can repair walls with the pillars. Now you're getting to the point that I was hoping you would be at. Now you're using all of your brain. These are the quality of life changes that World versus World needs. More PvE mechanics. Oh, but like, Chef, I'm a World versus World main. I don't want PvE in my World versus World game mode. I thought of you. I've got an idea for you. Here's the idea. You ever played Dark Souls? You know how you can be like a Mist Invader in Dark Souls and you can come into somebody else's session and fuck their shit up? So you get like a 10-man squad. You put yourself in LFG. You queue up for like Mist Invasion. And then LFG puts you into somebody's raid static when they've started doing a boss. And then it turns on global PvP. And then you have to fight them while they're trying to do the boss. So it's like if there's no content on your map, you just go do casual 10s against some group that's just trying to get a raid instance done. Who said that like ANET didn't like small scale? It's the ideal small scale content. You get to gank 10 players at once. You need heals? Are you good? You're good. I got you. Just raid the sellers. It's honestly amazing. To fix raid selling with this one simple trick. Shield took a waypoint. They're coming up. Dude, content. I'll overload quick. I probably can't really afford to do this. They're not that big, though. Let me just get heals ready. I think they're veiled on us. They are veiled on us. I can signet you. That will land. Get back up. Oh, PPT's here. Yeah, that fight's over. Can hand-res you. Nah, it's really hot. I can't. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm going back in. That's a bad transfuse. It's a horrible transfuse. I got you guys. I got you. Truly a wretched transfuse, but at least we got you back up. If they fix the bugs with it, you'd love to be able to watch groups do raids to learn. I mean, like, can't you just watch YouTube? It's like what YouTube guides are. Did I know that rebound prevents people from dying? Yeah, but like, so does dodging. It's weird that rebound is a skill that I have to like solve other people's player skill issues. He got punted? Yeah, but like I was hand-resing him. Why would you transfuse him out of the hand-res? I think I was hand-resing him anyway. In my mind, I was hand-resing him. Maybe I wasn't. I don't know. Maybe it was a good transfuse. I don't know. It's possible, I guess. watching YouTube isn't the same as physical running. It's true. But, like... Nah, I guess that's true. But then, like, spectating somebody isn't necessarily doing the mechanics yourself, either. Ideally, you'd have, like... You know, a spot in, like, the aerodrome where it's like you can spawn a golem that mirrors the mechanics of a boss, and then you can just like do that boss mechanic. But I don't think they'll add that. That would be really complicated. It would be nice to just kind of like practice Kadeen pillars though, because that's kind of like a thing where you just sit there and do it yourself, or like hand kiting on demos. Thanks for the follow, by the way, Nubis. Welcome. Just camp Earth, man. Ooh. It's a lot of people. I'm gonna stun break because I think people might be caught back there. We're looking at our party UI. Party UI is fine. I see one person getting low. Roll a big heal. And then give me just like some CC and then get me into water. And we're just gonna chill in water for a little bit. They're actually all dead. Shouldn't matter. But yeah, Awesomeness has got hookups for you if you want some raid trainings. You can post it, I think, anyway. If it gets auto-modded, I'll just let it through. Was a new PvP mode introduced in the latest competitive stream? I think so? I don't know. I don't really do PvP. I only do world versus world. So I'm not positive. Does the hero weapon track only give basic hero weapons, or can you get corrupted from there? You only get basic hero weapons from the reward track. But the reward track is what gives you the precursor item for the Ascended recipe and the Mystic Forge. You get the exotic version of the corrupted skins from the Mistforged lockboxes, but you can't upgrade the exotic corrupted weapon into the Ascended corrupted weapon. Does that make sense? Yeah. So if you want the Ascended versions, you have to run the reward track. If you just want the skins, you can crack boxes. So it'll be a Plunderstorm like? Dude, a World versus World Plunderstorm mode would be awesome. It would be so cool. I think that would be a separate game mode, though. Like, didn't ANET say in the Janthier Wilds announcement that they were going to do some new, like, PvP game mode? Maybe they're just going to do Plunderstorm. It's going to be like a 15v15 Plunderstorm that's not SPVP or World versus World. I would play that. Yeah, I think it's a challenge trying to differentiate what mechanics you can practice solo and what mechanics you need to play with other people to practice. Like, greens on Doom, easy. Hand kiting, easy. Hard, you're doing Gorsevol and you need to, like, CC. Imagine ranked GVG. Hey, there's nothing stopping you from doing it. It's just not going to be ANET sanctioned ranks. You're going to have to, like, track it within the community with something like ELO. But you could absolutely set up, like, GVG rankings for people if you did GVGs often enough and regularly enough. You could 100% come up with, like, an actual defined ranking system for them. Oh, this 15v15 is ranked GVG. Yeah, but isn't, like, part of the thing in Plunderstorm that, like, it's kind of random? It's like, sometimes you drop in a bad spot and you just don't find anything that's good. I don't know. I think ranking only really works when you remove as much randomness as possible. It's why ranking works in like League, but not in ARAM. Because like randomness doesn't imply anything about score. I'm going to stream until 11. I'm going to try to. It is already 8. Like, I'm actually halfway through stream already, which is wild, because it does not feel like I've been going for 3 hours already. But I do need to stop a little early and, like, clean the house a bit. So, Amanda's gone right now, which is intentionally why I scheduled this on Thursday and not, like, earlier. She's in Vegas for, like, some NSFPI meeting. She comes back Saturday morning, like morning. She's taking a red eye out of Vegas Friday night, arriving here Saturday morning. She is around Saturday, and then both of us leave for Madison on Sunday. So I need to try and have as much done as possible before she comes back, because she's going to be between flights, and I want her to have like as little to do as possible. Which means that I'm going to need to take the rest of tonight to clean after we're done streaming, and then I'm going to need to spend a bunch of time streaming on Friday, too. I had a party last night with so many people, that's why I missed raid. You don't want to know why I missed raid yesterday. I can't tell you why I couldn't make it. It's too embarrassing. How'd I score the interview with ANET? What led up to that? I asked them if they wanted to do a stream about restructuring, and they said yes. I've wanted to... basically, one of the things that I wanted to do with Partner, and I don't feel like I've actually achieved this yet, is I've wanted to use streaming as a platform to introduce people to World versus World. To basically serve as like a living tutorial to help people figure out some of the ins and outs of the game mode and just kind of talk about what makes it tick, because the community is so fundamental to playing World versus World in the first place. And so that started to materialize as like, you know, let's have a stream where we talk with ArenaNet about the ways that World versus World is going to change as a result of this new game mode. It was originally going to be on June 14th, which is like the day that Restructuring launched. And then we kind of mutually decided that was a bad idea because it might break. And also, like, Roy and Cecil are probably going to be really busy if it does. So we ended up rolling it back a bit, and then it kind of turned into like, well, when am I going to be available for it? And like have time that I can commit to sitting down for a longer stream. Because I don't just want to like stream for an hour and then quit. That should be a YouTube video instead. It's not like a good use of a stream format. So it turned into this. But it was like a mutual conversation where I was like, hey, I have an idea. Can we do this? And then Roy and Senna were like, yeah, I think that we can get, you know, some engagement for that. I'll touch base with people and see if it's something that we can have ANET participation with. And then we just kind of negotiated it from there. And then how do I feel about it? It was good, man. Like, I was nervous coming into it because I haven't really done anything this official before. And my own personal vibe on my streams is I like to meme it up. I like to be a bit of a joker. I like to pretend to have bad faith takes to make people laugh. So, like, my biggest goals coming in were like, don't do that shit, man. Like, don't put Roy and Cecil in a position where they have to be like, I can't answer that question, idiot. Like, why would you even bother asking it? So I think like I mostly succeeded at that, except for when the Roy said, quote, "You're twisting my words a little bit," which is one of those things that like you're gonna think of and feel shame about in 10 years. But yeah, for the most part, I had a good time. I've said it on stream a bunch of times, and I've been saying it for a really long time now. But I think the current iteration of the World versus World dev team is really good. I don't think they're perfect, but I think they're miles better than any previous dev team that I can remember, and I appreciate that they're willing to be transparent about stuff, they're willing to communicate with the community, they're willing to talk about some of the motivation behind their changes, and I'm fortunate that they decided that this was a platform that they wanted to do that on. Because I am smaller than every other partner in the partner program by like an order of magnitude. So yeah, it was good. I had a good time. I'm probably not going to do it super regularly. I don't think we're going to have like a weekly ANET stream, but I appreciate that they were confident enough in both what they've been doing and what my kind of like personal creator brand is to be like, yeah, we'll show up to your stream and we'll talk about it. I think that's great. Yeah, the fact that we're getting transparency and effort into the game mode is good. And like, I'm not saying that if you played in 2014, you don't have like legitimate complaints about the game mode currently. I'm not saying that you have to ignore the fact that Selly Renegade is like the most boring build on the planet, or that skill lag makes the game fundamentally unfun to play when it happens. But it's all like, it's scales of improvement, you know? And it's like I was saying at the start of the conversation, I started playing Guild Wars 2 seriously in like 2018. 2018 in World vs. World was a dark time. It was a dark time. You didn't have a dev team. There's like one guy. And you'd get like a balance change every 6 months. Compared to that, this is great. Yeah, like exactly what Mika's saying. We went years without having people talk to us. And a lot of that is like, it's really complicated in that the community reception to Red BL was pretty bad, and the community reception to changes that ANET has made has been pretty bad. And to be fair to the players, some of the changes that ANET has made in World vs. World have been pretty bad. It's not like I'm saying that the player base is like, you know, biting the hand that feeds them or anything. There have been some pretty disastrous changes that have been made to World vs. World structurally in the past that have been justifiably poorly received by the player base. But it's nice that that kind of relationship is starting to be repaired. That the community is prepared to have conversations about World versus World in a way that's more constructive, and that ANET is willing to be more transparent with the changes and decision makings that they are implementing in the game. It kind of takes participation from both sides to be able to make that happen productively. And also, like, gamers are just like, ugh. You know? I don't mean like gamers in the you play video games. I mean gamers in that, like, you can tell me what Sweet Baby Ink is. Like, when you're that plugged in. Or, like, I don't know, your Steam profile is an anime avatar. There's a difference between people who play games and gamers. And gamers in particular are, like, not... They don't really have, like, a reputation for being, like, reasonable people. Or people who are, like, capable of constructive contributions to anything. Which makes it difficult to be, like, a person who develops games professionally. Because your player base doesn't necessarily know what they want, but they think they know what they want. And when you don't do what they think they want, because you're like, no, actually, this is the right way to do things, based on, like, you know, 15 years of video game development experience when you're only 14 years old, they have a tendency to react negatively. Thanks for the follow, by the way, Potato. Welcome, welcome. No, the nodes haven't even respawned yet. This is a disaster. Alright, SOAR is done. We are now moving on to SHW, I believe, is the next group that we're going to run with. Yeah, thanks for having me. Sorry I didn't really get, like, a chance to participate in comms. It's busy on the second monitor, but I'll stop by another time. Have a good one. All right, leave. I think new player experience for World versus World is rough. It is. It's pretty tough. That's actually, I wish you would have been here earlier, Gage, because that's actually like, that would have been a really good question to ask them, is like, what kind of improvements do you envision for new player onboarding to these systems? God, what server are they on? It's not Rawls Rest, it's the other one. It's not Tombs of Draskir, it's the other one. Domain of Torment? I think it's Domain of Torment. I think the silence started due to players misbehaving to devs, but you're not sure. It's complicated. It kind of came from both sides. I mean, yeah, this is right. The one that I know that kind of sticks out to me is like the whole history of the GVG community, where there was a vision that early ArenaNet had for what World versus World would look like. And I don't mean like Roy and Cecil. I mean like 2014 ANET devs. I don't think any of those people are around anymore. But Star Player always had a fun story that was like, he'd be GVGing behind the windmill at South Island, and an ANET dev came up to him and was like, hey, like, stop playing the game mode like this. This isn't the right way to play the game mode. Yeah, the you violated my game mode incident. Like, there was a mismatch in how people were playing World versus World and how ArenaNet expected people to play World versus World, and what their intentions for the game mode were, which is fair. Like, people don't play the game in ways that you expect, but the relationship between the way that certain communities in the game mode were approaching the game and the way that ANET kind of intended them to be played were pretty far apart. And I think over time that gap has become smaller, but at the same time, you know, it's understandable that the player base and the devs would kind of have like an antagonistic relationship at that time. Keep in mind, it was because Guild Wars 1 had GVG directly. See, I've never played Guild Wars 1, so I don't know anything about like Guild Wars 1 design. Nice lance, by the way. Good try. Too bad your lance is on cooldown forever. Oh no, it's just one guy? Yeah, I'll save you. I got you. Don't cry about it. Get back up. What's this wall at? 14? Let's see. I think my plan here would probably be, first of all, be a Reaper. So let's see if I can get out of combat. I mean, there were a bunch of people who I talked to for server history stuff that were like, yeah, I started playing on Fort Aspenwood because Fort Aspenwood was like the name of the PvP game mode in Guild Wars 1. And so I wanted to like do PvP in Guild Wars 2 with the thing that had the same name. It was like a driving factor for why people started playing. And all of the stuff, like, you know, if you've only played World versus World for a little while and you haven't been around since the start, OS did not exist on launch. EOTM did not exist on launch, and the arena in EOTM did not exist on launch. Those were all things that were added to the game primarily because the GVG and organized fight communities, like, advocated for them existing. Because they wanted specific places to play that style of the game. Encourage you to watch Guild Wars on GVG footage. Ruthless can send some to me later. He'll know about all that stuff. I'll just have him show it to me. Saying Pug Manning is dead is hyperbole. I mean... Oh wow, they're getting spawn camped, huh? Forgot this was the mag matchup. I'm out of here, man. I'm gone. It's I do think that pugmanding on NA is in a pretty rough spot compared to where it's been previously. I'm not going to say that it's like dead and that nobody pugmans anymore. I don't think that's true, but there are definitely teams where it does not happen. There are definitely teams that don't have pugmanders. The Gula's Crawl, the one that I spend like most of my time playing on. Actually, I'll just go over there now. I'll see if he's tagged up. Because I can. No, wait, it's not that. I don't even need to log out anymore. What am I doing? Wait. We have one pug tag on the Gula's Crawl. His name is Predator, I think. And he's not that bad. But there was a time in World vs. World when there was always a pug tag. Like, there was always somebody tagged up, no matter what server you were on. And I think that's kind of like the golden age of pugmanding that people think about. And so when they say things like, oh, pugmanding is dead, they're comparing pugmanding now to pugmanding at its prime. Which will look extremely dead. Yeah, I mean, EU is rough too. Everywhere is rough. It's just, player population is low, and a lot of people who spent a lot of time pug tagging burned out. There's not really an influx of public tags. It's one of the things that I hope Commander Camp kind of inspires people to do is be like, hey, Chef is making videos about commanding on YouTube. I should try out commanding and just kind of see if I like it. Because you're totally right, Gage. Like, a guild doesn't owe you a tag. A guild, more often than not, is just like a group of friends who are having fun with each other. And, like, why would you invite yourself into a friend circle when they're, like, good with the friends they have already? But learning how to command is also, like, a really daunting process. There's a lot that goes into commanding, and it's really easy to command poorly one time and have a negative experience and then never command again. So I can absolutely understand why the population of pug tags would, like, slowly deplete over time. Because replacement does not happen that fast. Draskier got 2 fight guild alliances that should have never been together. That was the other thing that I wanted to ask Cecil and Roy while they were here, but, like, we went over schedule pretty significantly. I wanted to ask them what the current teams were that, like, got overstacked, and if possible, like, what led to that. Like, what were the issues that they identified with the first round of restructuring that they're going to repair? But I wouldn't be surprised if they couldn't answer that, because they don't want to get into the matchmaking specifics and the algorithm specifics. It gives people vectors to be able to game that system. And it's not something that they want to do, because then you could figure out how to cheat the algorithm. It'd be nice to get commanding rewards. I mean, you get bonus pips, which is nice, and it's an especially nice incentive for newer players to be like, hey, I'm just got started in this game mode, I'm gonna learn how to command and stuff. Because, like, if you're rank 8,000, you don't need pips anymore. You're good. You don't need pips or the rewards that come with them. But I don't really know what other rewards you would give a commander. Like, how do you make it worth their while to sink, considerable amount of time? Oh, someone got roamed on up here. That's unlucky. I'll be skipping that. Hope to play with open tags in China Guild. Do you like the organic way? It'll never happen now. I don't think it'll never happen, but I think it takes more effort and more time. I think you have to spend more time playing to find the guild that you like. And I think you also have to pay attention to groups that are running without showing a tag. Because, like, a lot of groups that run private aren't necessarily closed for recruitment and, like, closed for anyone joining. It's just that they don't want to have to deal with random people joining squad. But if you come to them prepared and you're like, hey, I'm on, support Firebrand, you got room in your squad, I'm willing to join comms, 90% of groups that run closed will actually just invite you. Not everyone, but like most people will invite you. But then you have to put forth the legwork of like, oh, this looks like a group that's running closed. Who's commanding? Who's the person I should whisper? What comms do I have to get in? You know, all this kind of stuff. And it's, you know, it's an obstacle to getting involved in that. What's up, Mitori Dori? Thanks for the follow. Imagining running closed? I could never imagine it. I don't need to imagine it because it's all that I do. Why would I ever imagine something that I just do in real life? Teapot and Snub were talking about this in a recent video. I watched that video. That was a good video. Snub's interview format on YouTube is killing it. I think he's making some really good points. And he's 100% correct. Is that like most people who are playing World versus World who aren't commanders are actually just looking for a commander that they know to follow. I mean, you saw it happen with me when we were playing with Sor. There was that purple tag that we saw at spawn, and I was like, I've never seen that commander before. What guild are they with? Everyone's like, I don't know. Never seen him before. And I was like, okay. And that was it. Like, I didn't join their squad. I didn't go to look at them. I didn't, like, try to figure out who it was. It was just like, that was it. I don't know who they are. Fine. I'm in a group that I already know better, so I'm just going to stick with them. One of the approaches that I do know works pretty well from talking to Rawl about this from CO is intentionally trying to command in off hours when you know that there's not going to be other tags around, so that you're like the only choice that people have to run with. And then you kind of naturally build up a community that way while moving your hours closer and closer to the time zone that you actually want to play in. So like, that's a strategy. You can try and do that. I think I've killed enough time for SHW to tag up. Again, you don't need to go to character screen. You just need to leave the map. Please try and remember. Now where's SHW's Discord? God, maybe they don't run tonight? That'd be so embarrassing. I'll just ask Atros. Not online. Okay, that's a bad start. Let me go look at my schedule of guilds again quick. They're running in an hour. No, I had them on my calendar at 8. Oh, no, you're right. They are on my calendar at 9. God, who can I run with them? I don't know. You want to just go down the list and see, like, who's where? That'll be fun. Let's go to Abaddon's Prison. I see Elzion. Maybe PVD is tagged? We could go play with PVD. Who is forming now? You gotta give me a team. Never mind, we'll just follow ROG. Done. Easy. Do I call the current matchup teams or servers? I think you're supposed to call them teams, but I definitely lapse into calling them servers sometimes. But I do think that the correct technical term is teams, and that the correct name for alliances is actually battle guilds, according to Roy. So if you want to make sure you have your terminology straight, then, you know, keep that one. Wish you could have been the interview. There will be a VOD, Gage. Don't worry. But also, we didn't talk about balance or anything. You're correct. All right, so I need to go back to TOD. Join. And then I need to go to what map? Ah, never mind. I'll just whisper me and tell me where I'm supposed to go. I'm busy. What map? Direct me. Go to Redbeal. What's the highlight of the AMET talk? I don't know, man. We covered a lot of ground. We covered a ton of ground. Mosswood? Okay. Let me think. Also, I'm mentally frazzled because you're saying, like, give them a format where they can just talk about stuff that they're passionate about. I've located you. Hello. All right, we do this. Because I did try to give them a format where they could just kind of talk about stuff, and basically what that meant was that while they were talking, I was like jotting down high-level notes and then figuring out, like, next time there's a break in the conversation, what's something I can ask them to kind of keep them on this thread. And then also just like scrolling chat to see if anyone said anything interesting. I think the big one, at least for me, is I think that Roy and Cecil have a pretty good understanding of what the limitations of the server system were and what the issues of what the issues of seasons were. So the philosophy at ANET's level of why does restructuring need to exist in the first place, I think matches what I've heard players talk about for what burned them out about seasons, which I think is good. And like that's one of the things that I've been saying pretty often on stream lately is that I think the current world versus world balance team has a really good understanding of what the current flaws of world versus world are and what needs to get fixed to improve the game mode experience. And I think a lot of the conversation that we have kind of confirmed that they do, and that I'm thinking about that correctly. Remove Celestial, balance issue, didn't ask. Despite Roy being, shadow counselor of the balance team, I was unable to ask him about it. We can't publicly disclose that he is shadow counselor of the balance team, and that actually he wields unparalleled power in the organization known as ArenaNet. We got to keep it on the DL still. But yeah, we didn't talk about balance gauge. We talked about why did restructuring need to happen? What was the development timeline of restructuring like? And then also, what's kind of motivating some of the other changes that are going on in world versus world. Should probably join a Discord. I hate doing this stuff live, but, Join. Okay. I also need to turn Discord down to like 50%. Hang on. For me, not for you. I don't think this changes it. Let me... Wait, it won't matter. I'm not broadcasting Discord comms. Who cares? Yeah, okay, that's good. I can switch Firebrand if you need a Firebrand. I'll switch. No, I've played Necro for like... Oh, no, that's not true. I played Tempest with Sword. I don't know. I don't want to play Necro anymore. I played Necro on EU. I'm tired of it. I'm burned out. Actually, no, I'll play Selly Firebrand. Yeah. We'll bust out Homestyle Ranch. I would love to play a little bit of Selly Firebrand. Alright, what map was this? Bluebeo? Like, I'm actually... The first thing I do when I end stream here in like 2 or 3 hours is get something to eat, because I haven't eaten since 2. It's like, a limitation of doing a long stream. But the second thing I'm going to do is pull this VOD off of Twitch and snip it and dump it right back onto YouTube so that the VOD exists and then people can watch it. So I'm going to stick to questions that should be more whys and hows about recent changes. Azure, that's what I asked about. That's what they were. Those were the questions. The questions were like, why was restructuring necessary? What was the timeline? How do you think about the competitive environment in World versus World? What do you want from me? Is there a VOD? There will be a VOD. I cannot make the VOD until I end stream, though. So I'm going to end stream. I'm going to go get something to eat. I don't know who's going to be open at 10 p.m., but like I could really just go for like a slice of pizza or two tonight. And then I will get the VOD processed. So it'll probably be up like tomorrow morning. And I think that the ANET conversation is probably going to go on the main channel. And the entire unedited VOD that includes like this conversation is going to go on the VOD's channel. Oh my god, it's my birthday. I'm 5? It's 5-year-old Homestyle Ranch. Nice. I didn't know this character was that old. I really made this shit in 2019? That's crazy. Feels birthday, man? Feels extremely birthday, man. Also, is that my other birthday gift in here? Yep. Yep. Never even opened the 4th birthday gift, just left it in the mail. That's fucking funny, man. Alright, let's get ready to fight. Enemy men. Here, have stab. My job here's done. I don't do anything else. I just roll Aegis now. Oh my is like way gone. He's going for the Katas. Stop it. Somebody stop this man. Taunt him. Taunt him. Taunt him. Never mind, he's gone. That's a lot of people down on the dock. What you guys doing down there? Nobody in my party, I hope. No, one person in my party. Right? Yeah, one person in my party. Hey, you're a willbender. You probably don't need this, but I'll give it to you anyway. You just want to hear Anna talk excitedly about world versus world? Look, I know you're just chatting, but that's what it was. I'm losing my mind. That's what the stream was. I can't improve on that. What's the name of this team? This team is Tombs of Draskir. We are in a matchup with Mosswood and Mugulu. Yeah, we want players to press buttons was like very good conversation. Dude, I am on tag. Nobody else is on tag. I am the only on tag enjoyer in this squad. I have small stab. See, so that's what I'm trying to figure out. I just want to know what this guy wants. It's like, hey, that thing that you did today, you should have done it in the way that you did it. And I'm like, yeah, I know. That's why I did it that way. God, I wish I had pack. My show was great. I'm proud of you. Good. Now we're getting the feedback I was looking for. Now I'm just getting praise. This is great. You know, talk about like how I did a good job. I got a lot of time for that. Get owned, by the way. Nice, nice, nice. Me purging. I don't really have a great source of stability right now. I'd rather not use my 5 and just like dump some damage on you. People really starting to take a lot of damage, but that's not like really my problem. What I can do is I can cleanse you. How about that? I'm experiencing significant pain. Nobody has Condies. I don't need resolve here. I should probably get back to my tag. Is he going to push this down? I'm going to put purging on it anyway. I think this is where he's going to move. It's the perils of following a commander that you've never followed before is you don't really know how they're going to push. Like, if I'm playing with Ruthless, I'm like, Ruthless pushes that down, and he stands on him. And then he moves to the next down, and then he stands on him. But following who, I'm like, I don't really know, like, what his plan is. So I gotta be ready to adapt on the fly. Next time it should be a race between me, Roy, and Senate OS jump puzzle. That'd be a good time. And since all three of us are experienced commanders at this point, we could also set up a thing like we did on Indo's podcast where we do like a rotating commanding. We do Hot Potato Tag. Hot Potato Tag on Indo's podcast was a lot of fun. Also, has he done another episode of the podcast? Has he done Commander Roundtable in like the last 2 months? Is it time for me to steal that idea from him? Because, like, I talked to him about it. I was like, hey, are you going to do more of these? And he was like, yeah, I'm going to do more of these. So I was like, okay, I'm not going to do those, even though, like, I really like the format. But now that he hasn't done more of those, maybe I start doing them. Because I thought that format was killer. Like, he came up with a great idea. I did this, by the way. I did this. My Bay flip? There's no defense event? Dude. Honestly, the contest nerf is such an extraordinary nerf to farming defense events. It's literally impossible now unless somebody dies on the Lord, so that the Lord becomes contested. Just a colossal nerf to XP. Who is this guy dueling out here? What you doing? You dueling a scout? You dying to NPCs? You do hot potato RVRs versus RAR? Yeah, it's a great time, man. I love the hot potato commanding format. Because, like, following different commanders really forces you to get good at, like, fundamental aspects of world versus world. I think if you follow the same commander for too long, you kind of just get stuck playing in the way that that commander plays, and you have trouble, like, adapting. You build bad habits over time, basically. Yeah, I'm never going to catch him. Also, I don't even have weapons. What's the problem with defense? Well, the problem is that, like, a literal defense event used to be the same thing as an objective getting contested. So if any guard gets put in combat, it triggers a defense event. And when you complete a defense event, you get daily progress, you get weekly progress, and you get world XP. But now that an objective only contests if the Lord is put in combat or walls and gates take damage, there is no immediate defense event after you capture an objective. So you can't, like, farm a free defense event out of capturing an objective that's defended. That's a problem for a guy like me who really only plays world versus world to finish weeklies. It makes my job a lot harder. I gotta, like, actually listen to scout calls in map and respond to objectives that are being attacked to get my defense credit. It sucks, man. It's horrible. Southwest Tower Lord times 2. That, like, you mean 2 people? It flipped already. Alright. Well, fair enough. Yeah, it doesn't immediately go back to defense when flipping, which is sad. OJ's Gary. Who's that? You hadn't even considered that? Don't worry, I did. It's like the first thing I thought of. Was like, oh my god, how am I gonna get my weeklies done, man? Like, the first thing you gotta know about me is that anytime there's any patch note about World versus World, my first thought is how much longer is it gonna take me to do my weeklies? And then my second thought is how can I turn this into a video? So, I was on that one from like day zero. For example, the Warclaw change where you can use Lance twice, that's a weekly buff. You can Lance 2 yaks at once. It's easier yak tagging to finish your supply chain disruptor. Good change. Probably not going to make a video on it because like it's kind of minor, but absolutely think about what the implications are for, you know, stocking your vault. Not if everyone raid rotations. Yeah, that's why you leap in front, use your lance on it, and then dismount on it, so that at least you get credit. Maybe don't be in the tail. I don't know. Chef, am I going to miss July 26th? I will. July 26th is 2 days before my wedding. So, I think that's my last day in Madison. So I'm probably going to be in a hotel with the Alliance's Discord open, just like figuring out where people get matched. And then I'm going to close my laptop and kiss my fiance and go to bed. How long am I going to be on vacation? I will be back for Friday Reset on August 2nd. My flight gets back in on August 1st. So that's, what, 2 weeks? I'm going to miss 2 weeks. It's a long time. I'm not pleased about it, but, like, you know, it's life. Sometimes life means you miss stuff. Also, we're working on trying to figure out... Yeah, so no immediate honeymoon, because what we would like to do is do a honeymoon in Australia. Because both of us have been to Australia before. We both really liked it, but we didn't go at the same time. And we want to go at the same time. So we're going to have to probably spend like 6 to 9 months saving up for that. And then there is going to be a point, probably in like fall 2025, where I'm going to be gone for like a month and a half. Because I'm going to be in Australia having a fun time. But that one is that's going to be content drought. Like, this upcoming end of August is going to be like content. I haven't had a drink of water in a while. Late 2025 is going to be content drought. I may try playing on a laptop. I am not going to stream, though. Just realized I haven't, like, pressed any of my buttons in probably 2 minutes. It's probably not the way you're supposed to play. Here, let me give you swiftness and Aegis. I'm helping. Thank you for the congratulations. Thank you. We have been dating for, like, 12 years at this point. So... there's some element of it where I'm like, I'm excited to get married, but then there's also part of it that's like, it's kind of a formality at this point. But it'll be a good time. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be back home. I haven't seen my family in a while. We're going to have it in the city that we both lived in. It'll be a good time. And yeah, Australia's incredible, man. I think Australia's my favorite place that I've ever traveled. It is a really, really cool place. Like, the best way to describe Australia is that it's just different. Like, everything is different, man. The trees are different, the flowers are different, the animals are different. Like, stuff in Australia doesn't look like stuff anywhere else. Like, you go to England, you're like, oh, it's an oak. But it's like an oak outside London. Big whoop. We have those at home. Australia's not like that. They're like, check this sport out. We call it footy. It's like rugby, but it's not. And also it's like football, but it's not. And also it's like soccer, but it's not. And you're like, this is awesome. Dude, AFL's awesome, man. Like when I was in Australia, I went there for like a work study for 3 months. In God, this would have been pre-COVID, so maybe like 2017, 2018, something like that. I think. Yeah, that sounds about right. I did a month and a half in Adelaide. I did 2 weeks in Melbourne, and I did 2 weeks in Sydney. And during my time in Adelaide, I think I went to like 3 AFL games, and I still have a bunch of like Port merchandise. I got like a Port scarf, I got a Port hat, and then I got like a jersey or two that I gave to my family. Because I was told that like the Adelaide Crows are like the flavor of the month pick, and Port is like the team that locals will barrack. So I was like, I want to be a local. I'm a Port guy now. And it was great. I was in like I was on the grass, like right below the scoreboard at the Adelaide Oval, just hanging out, drinking, listening to people talk with Australian accents. It was great, man. I loved it. Oh shit, a Port? Thanks, Mika. I saw that you're leaving, but I have to focus momentarily, and then I will be back. My party has like 1 or 2 condies. That's good enough for me. It's good enough for me, man. I missed my second symbol, but that's okay. Yeah, have a good one, Mika. Thanks for hanging out. Have I seen a whale? I have not seen a whale. I've never seen a whale in real life. Not even in like an aquarium. It's like kind of a personal shortcoming, honestly, in a lot of ways. AFL Cricket League. Yeah, but doesn't a cricket match take like 6 days to finish? That's never really been like my vibe. It's really hot. Help me. Am I scared of whales? I'm not scared of whales. I've just like never seen a whale. I've never like lived near an ocean. I've lived near a lot of lakes, but like, here's the thing about whales. They don't live in lakes. Lakes too small for whales. A lot of people won't tell you that. I forgot to cast Purging. I've forgotten a lot about how to play Sully Firebrand, man. I gotta cancel that tower, that torch cast. Alright, let's line our symbols up again and do like a good rotation, shall we? We've got it ready. Push this down. Come on. Oh, it's not gonna do it. Alright, C, symbol, torch, symbol, hole, 2, 4, Aegis. There you go. That's the rotation, and we did these. I made these. I need to go. I'm a mobed and I need to leave. How was my spike? 8K? Eh, pretty good. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to capitalize on that. Honestly, just roll your stab on cooldown. Drop a projectile reflect for getting a lot of haze from the tail. Recharge your mantra. Portal behind. It's just an escape. I think it's just an escape. Oh, it's hot. Okay, we're good. We're fine. Actually, what are you actuallying me with? Each year we report the movements of the whales on Lake Superior. This is not true. This is not real. They're still fighting outside. Hang on, I gotta go back out. Okay, never mind. There's no way, man. Do whales live in Lake Superior? What the fuck? Whales have been spotted in Lake Superior, including orcas, narwhals, and gray whales. How do they get there? How do whales get into Lake Superior? Like, they gotta go through the Sioux locks, man. They gotta go through, like, human-made machinery. Who's giving them a pass? They travel 1,300 miles south from Hudson Bay. They use nearby streams to find a faster route than the locks at Sault Ste. Marie. You're telling me that whales are gonna, like, swim down a stream from Hudson Bay? Are there rivers that are that big? Hang on, I'm going to Google Maps. Sorry, I'm sure this is like not the most entertaining thing ever, but this is like the most important thing I've Googled in the last 6 months. Oh, I guess Hudson Bay like isn't really that far away. Huh. Okay, I mean, I guess I can like sort of buy that. That's crazy. I didn't know that there was a continuous waterway between Lake Superior and Hudson Bay. That's actually, I learned something today. That's wild. Swim, probably. Listen, smartass. First of all, whales are big, but like a lot of water is small. Okay? That's the first thing you gotta know. I mean, I guess if it's like an orca's not that big. I guess big, but it's not like, oh, there's a blue whale in Lake Superior. That's wild. I just can't get over that. Also, this article listed dolphins as like, yeah, whales and dolphins are like also living in Lake Superior. I'm like, whales, I'm shocked. Dolphins? Whatever, man. Dolphins live in rivers. You know, like an Amazon River dolphin? They don't got like Amazon River whales. Because whales are big. And the Amazon is like the biggest river. So if there's not whales living in the Amazon, like how are they supposed to live in Lake Superior? I thought my reasoning was sound. Is all I'm saying. Like, you can make fun of people for being wrong. That's fine. I make fun of people for being wrong all the time. I think I was, like, wrong for fundamentally good reasons, though. I think I'm, like, justifiably misinformed on that one. No, good blank. Mere seconds away from being deleted by my Incredible Scepter 3. You're so lucky. Stream sniping, stream sniping. Thought they were a mythical creature. What, whales or thieves? Oh, narwhals. Sorry, I read up. Yeah, narwhals are wild, man. You know that's like a tooth and not a horn? It's actually coming out of their mouth. Lake as a habitat is quite different from destination of whale excursion. That's what I was saying, man. I was like, you're going to sell me on a Lake Superior whale excursion tour? This sounds like snake oil. This sounds like a sideshow exhibit that somebody's peddling in like a northern Wisconsin town that has like 400 people living in it. But no, apparently it's a real thing. I don't know how they ensure that the whales are going to be there. But I think it's like actually legit. Oh, Sus is here. Hello, somewhat unusual suspects. Chat, what should I get for dinner? I'm starting to think about food. I'm starting to get hungies. Contextual information. I have lunch meat and good sandwich bread in the fridge. And I think that's like literally the only dinner caliber stuff I've got in the fridge right now. There's like some cheese and some nectarines in there that I need to eat up before we leave, but if we're talking like meals, it's basically only a sandwich. Cheesesteak, strong option. I was considering it. I was thinking getting like a slice or two of pizza. Always reliable. Oven roasted garlic and lime prawns. Additional context, I am ending stream at 10 p.m. I don't think that I want to cook that because I would need to go to a grocery store. I don't want to go to a grocery store. I just want to like DoorDash something or walk down the street. Burrito's a good contender. There is a Mexican place down the street from me that is very good that I haven't gotten food from in a while. Also, I got a new hot sauce that I like. It would be an opportunity to use the new hot sauce that I like. Also, hello, I Like Lakes, first time chatter. I'm shocked that your name is I Like Lakes and you were able to resist the temptation of having our whales live in lakes discussion be your first time chat. But when I'm like, what's going to be for dinner? You're like, you know what? This is my time to participate instead of being a lurker. What kind of hot sauce? I'm glad you asked. Let me find a place where I can safely open my beverage center. Healthy late night snacks include fruits such as strawberries or bananas and healthy protein sources such as edamame or yogurt. Okay, what if I had, because like I do have some good cheese downstairs. I could do like a fruit and cheese platter with a little bit of crackers. It's not quite a dinner, but it's like we're in like boy dinner territory there. We're not in like adult dinner. We're entering boy dinner territory. But we could do that. Don't worry, I see what's coming, and I have perfectly timed it to avoid it. The hot sauce is called Seed Ranch Flavor Co. Webcam focus, please. Seed Ranch Flavor Co. smoked jalapeno hot sauce with like dates and carrots and cumin and like peppers and a bunch of other shit in there. It's good. It's really good. So my preferred hot sauce flavor profile is like smoked jalapeno, and I can't really go hotter, unfortunately. As much as I love habanero hot sauces, they do damage to my Midwestern white boy physique. They need to have like a flavor profile. They can't just be like, it's heat. They actually have to contribute a meaningful flavor to the dish. And then I also like a hot sauce that's like a little bit on the chunky side. Where like, you know how you know Tabasco? Everyone knows Tabasco? I need something that's like not water. Tabasco is way too watery for me. I need something that has like a little bit of thickness to it. And this is really good. I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye out for more Seed Ranch hot sauces. Not sponsored, by the way. But if they came knocking, I wouldn't say no. It's a product that I support. Incredible Gravo. Made roasted chicken with potatoes, rice, and salad. Again, that sounds great, but I'm not going to go to a grocery store at 10 p.m. Oh, you know what I could do? There is, in fact, this might actually be what I do. There is a, it's not like a convenience store, and it's not a bodega. It's like it's kind of like an upscale beer market, basically. I don't really know how to explain it. But it's like a nicer beer store / like pre-made meals convenience store, kind of like you stop in for a bag of chips and a drink kind of place. They do a cranberry walnut chicken salad in like their deli bar that is really good. So what I might do is get some of their cranberry walnut chicken salad and then bring it home and put it on the nice sub sandwich rolls that I got. That could be the plan right there. And then I can get like a little small bag of chips of like some fun flavor. Yeah, I think I'm sold on this. I appreciate the cheesesteak suggestion, Cecil, and I think on like a normal day, it probably would have gotten there. But I think I've come up with something even better, and maybe I'll just do like a cheesesteak tomorrow for lunch to make it up to you. Get 50 nuggies and a bunch of different sauces? No. If I want to work up my hot level, I should buy some gochujang and start mixing a bit into my sauces when I cook. Interesting. I'm writing this down. Because, like, everybody's doing gochujang now. the bagel place that I go to does like a special bagel sandwich of the month, basically. Their new bagel sandwich of the month is like a gochujang and like Korean beef thing. I had that. I was like, this is good. Gochujang. 2 hot sauce. Yeah, I will do this. Wait, did they leave me? They abandoned me. It's cute. Love to have a real cheesesteak. It's been far too long. If you're ever in generic East Coast city where I live, which well, I guess this is like gonna dox it if nothing else does. Let me know if you're ever around. I can give you a list of places to go. What guilds do I hope I get on July 26th? I don't know, man. Like, part of the thing that I like about the structure of the Cornerstone Alliance, which is, you know, K&T, Hate, Bomb, TLC, Apex, and I think like 1 or 2 other people who I'm forgetting. AGS, I think, is in there as well. I like that we're kind of self-sufficient. Like, we've got good tag coverage, and we've got good, like, day coverage. We've got good, like, time zone coverage. There's always a tag running pretty much every day. It kind of, it leaves us in a place where our matchup doesn't really matter. Because if our matchup is bad, like, we can do it all internally. We can just chill with all the other people that we've got in the alliance already. It doesn't really matter who's on the other side. But if I was going to say, like, oh, I hope I get matched with someone else, I don't know, it'd be nice to get matched up with, like... Do you want, like, a specific guild name? I'll give you a specific guild name. I think it'd be fun to get matched with SC. I have run with Dub Grumble a couple times. I like him. I like the community of people in SC. I think they are making some really interesting strides towards getting more organized and getting more competitive. And I wouldn't mind stopping by with them once in a while without actually having to partner transfer to do it. How about that? Azure loves this sauce, and it gets a +1 out of chat. Wow, it comes in a bag? What the heck? 400, it's measured in grams, it comes in a bag, it's all in Spanish. This hot sauce probably owns. It's probably one of the best hot sauces on the planet. Dub is a fun guy. I like him. I like him, and I like a lot of that ex-Godal community. Like him and Ghana and Coconuts and Celia. I've always kind of liked that group of people. So I would stop by with them. I also really like Sock, whatever alliance Sock is in now. I hope they're not in like one of the gigantic mega alliances, because I don't want to get linked to a mega alliance. I want to get linked to somebody who's like a tasteful size and maybe just has like a couple guilds. Like, please do not link me with COSHW. Please do not link me with Pan. Please do not link me with Ratdom. Please do not link me with, what are the other gigantic alliances these days? Zeg? Please don't link me with Zeg. They're too big. How big am I now? Cornerstone is approaching 500 people. We did recently do a member purge, but the individual guilds, like, Hate is sub 100 people. K&T is sub 100 people. Bomb is possibly like sub 50 people. I think honestly most of it is that Nova basically runs like a community guild, and he's got like 250 people in it, and that brings up the numbers of the Cornerstone Alliance pretty significantly. I think TLC is also like 50 people. So I think that Cornerstone is like 250 people in like 4 or 5 guilds, and then 250 people who are in like 1 guild. And that's 500. That's basically where we're at. Because Nova's just absolutely gigantic. He's basically recruiting people in Guild Wars 2 to play PAX Day with at this point, though, I think. Oh, the ring's up. No, I was too slow. Your alliance has like 8 or 9 guilds, but none of them could put more than 25 to 30 together by themselves. I mean, honestly, I think that's ideal. Because I don't think you need to be bigger than 30 to fight basically anyone these days. There's like 2 or 3 guilds that you might need to go up to 40 for, but if you've got 30 good players, you should be set to fight pretty much anyone. And then if you do find one of those giant 50 to 60 groups, you just call in a second 25-man group in your alliance. And you're like, hey, Bane is running around with 75. Can you please come over and help us on this map? Like, I think that's the way that you build alliances, is you have like 4 core guilds that are 30 people, and then you have like 4 Havoc sidecar guilds that are like 10 to 15 people, and that's your alliance. And then you just roster share between all of them. Yeah, 30 is the magic number. I think previously it's been like 25, but there's so many people these days running 50 and just stacking renegades that I think you really have to just get a little bit bigger to remain competitive against that right now. Which is not my preference, but I get that's the current balance environment, and balance environments change. It won't always be true. Q1, I'm going to EBG. The August new relics is going to shake up World versus World. Do we even know what they are yet? I don't think they've been previewed. Oh, Mikey popped. Oh wait, August is the Janthier. August is Janthier release. Okay, yeah, I definitely don't think those have been previewed. Dude, did you guys know that there's an expansion coming out in like a month? I completely forgot. That's coming up, man. It's basically here. Just do OCX's thing and stack one time zone? Well, like, here's the thing, though, is that when you're NA Prime, that's fine. Like, Cornerstone is basically an NA stack guild. We have TLC, who runs off hours, like late PST, and that's basically it. Every other guild in Cornerstone is NA Prime. But they all offset their commanding schedules from one another. So like K&T tags Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. Hate tags Saturday, Sunday, Thursday. Nova, I think, tags like Monday, Thursday. So all the commander runs are kind of offset from one another. So it's not like we have an Alliance Guild Day where like all 4 alliances are tagged up. And if you're an NA Prime, that's fine. Because the population is so high that you can just generate an NA stack Alliance Guild, and you'll have plenty of stuff to fight. But in OCX, because the population is smaller, you kind of have to spread those guilds out. You can't stack one entire time zone. There's just not enough people to go around. Yeah, exactly. It's where everyone is. And that's why the OCX balancing issue is such a weird problem, is because if you do have a bunch of people in OCX who decide that they don't want to be like responsible content stewards, and they're like, we're just going to make a mega guild, it's a nightmare for everybody who plays in OCX. Because their little 500-man community is going to be like a huge proportion of the population, and the algorithm will not be able to split them up because the algorithm is built around 500-man groups. OCX is hard. I'm really looking forward to doing this OCX roundtable and just kind of having conversations with people about it, because I think it's a really, really difficult problem to solve, and I don't even really have a good sense of like what the community issues that they face are, because like I don't play off hours. It is wild. We're going to have an expansion in a month. I'm personally really excited about the release of the water-based Borderland. I know they forgot to ship it with Icebreed Saga and End of Dragons and the Astral Acclaim expansion. The Wizard Tower expansion. Secrets of the Obscure. He got there. I know they forgot to ship it with like the previous 3 expansions. But like this time, they'll definitely ship the Water Borderland map. I believe. Like, more than anything, I just feel bad for all the map devs that have worked on it and have just, like, had it sit in, like, an internal employee repository for 8 years not getting released. It's like they put so much work into that map. I think it's probably a zero-sum issue. You can't solve OCX's issues, but you can improve their experience by solving everyone else's. I think you can. But again, like, I think you can, but I don't play OCX. So, like, I don't know if OCX necessarily agrees with that. And the other thing that complicates it is, like, sometimes something can be the correct decision, but it doesn't feel good. And you get into this weird design space as a game developer where sometimes the right choice to make from like a mathematical perspective or like the right choice to make from a logical perspective is actually not the right choice to make from a player enjoyment perspective, when player enjoyment is really like the only metric you should be caring about. Like, if your players aren't having fun, it doesn't matter how mathematically optimized your game is. Nobody's gonna like it. It's a lot of people. Huh. Alright, that's my rotation. I'll be... Oh, we have downs. I made these. Probably. Maybe. I don't know. We're gonna wait for our symbols to come up here. And then we're gonna spike. We're gonna spike. I need resistance. I'm a mob forever. This is not going to be a great rotation. We've basically like split our bomb in half. I need to drop into resolve just to get Condies off my party. And I mean, like, now we're just mashing. There's no synchronization going on here, but I don't think it matters. I think we've got this. There we go. Wow, that was spooky for a while, huh? Do I actually think Zeg is big? Yeah, why not? It's like 4 guilds. It's everyone from Skyngang, and it's everyone from Elrenia's guild, and it's everyone from Team 99. That's got to be like thousands of people. Like, how many people are in Skyngang? It's like hundreds and hundreds of people. Sneb is a very successful, like, community guy. You know? Anyway, I can't find it. You more mean that it's a time issue and it can throw resources at solving OCX problems, but they wouldn't get used by NA? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but it's 3 seconds. So it's like, it's long enough that you can't read a veil, but it's not so long that you can't know where we are on a map. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Sorry. Like, normally I would ask about that beforehand. But I forgot what time SHW tagged up, and chat told me to play with you. So I didn't do my normal pre-flight checklist. And then I, like, immediately got distracted afterwards. So I just forgot to ask. If anything, they're gonna snipe me, so don't worry about it. Yeah. Yeah. Good. You've done the necessary already. Yeah, I was doing a I actually did like an ANET interview earlier today, so I've been streaming for a while and I'm just killing time on NA. Waiting until like 10 p.m. to tag down and go clean my house to get ready to go on a trip. Yeah, I'm having a good time. We've been having decent content so far in a time zone that I know almost nothing about. Who am I streaming with? This is Anonymous Rebellion, I believe. Yeah, this is Anonymous Rebellion. We are on Tombs of Draskir. Let's give me a reflect here. I don't really know that we're going to push that. I'm going to wait for the call to push. I think he's going for it. I'm dropping it. I'm dropping the hammer. Oh no, he's moving down the stairs. That's the opposite of what I want. This is going to be really bad. I'm just going to need to roll ages here. I think this is where we die. Yeah. I mean, like, I live. But... barely? I gotta get these conduits off me, man. This lava may actually kill us if we can't make the jump. Never mind, we're fine. I've never been that low trying to cross the lava before. Okay, we're good. We're clear. We escaped. Something's catching my mouse, man. I gotta clean my mouse pad off later. Three sentry. I gotta remember, man. Like, I haven't played Selly Firebrand in a while. Swiftness is my job. If I'm not hitting advance like every 30 seconds, I'm failing. Alright, you don't have gathering tools? This is like the 5th time we've tried to harvest a node. You don't have tools. You should buy tools. They obviously have the data for time played by time zone, so encouraging people to shift from matchups could be reward based. It could, but also that was like one of the things that kind of burned people out in seasons. Was feeling like you had to play outside of your normal time just to like keep up with the matchup. So I think I would be surprised if that's a solution they actually implement, because I think that was one of the limitations of the system. How about a resistance field here? How about a little bit of ages here? I'm gonna wait and just kind of refresh this next round of cooldowns. Like if they push or we push, I'm just gonna stab now. Alright, 1 symbol, 2 symbols, Aegis, pull here, and that's really all I can do. I can't dive on that with Tome 1. Dude, he's using the roots, man. He's thinking on a different level. Oh, it's hot. Hang on. Ooh. Nah, that's too hot. Just not enough healing to go around for that. I'm fighting for my life out here, man. I love the tactical idea of actually making them push across the tree, though. It's genius. What's green tag? Valentino Graves. Who the hell are you? Let's go find out who Valentino Graves is. They're gone? They're gone. Alright, we'll never find out who Valentino Graves is. Hearing intel at green is 51? That's a big group. Biggest issue appears to be like not great tag discipline, but first time I'm in a raid, I'm not gonna backseat. I don't know, the community. Nobody at centering. Is this like a random duel up here? Yeah, it's just a couple. Guild name check. You play Selly because you know you're bad. Yeah, I'll res that. That gets a res in my book. Especially because I'm Sally. In fact, I'll whisper them. I am playing Sally. Lol. Get dunked on, nerd. There's got to be an extreme blow to your ego to have your guild name be your Selly and you're bad, and then you get hand resed by a guy who's alive in Selly after losing a duel in front of a boon ball. That's a horrible experience. I am Selly, can't confirm bad. I'm also Selly. I can confirm that I am bad. I am not like a good player. I am an above average, slightly above average player, like at best. If we're talking percentiles, I'm like 55th. No. Yeah, 55th. They're better as they go up. Like 99th percentile is really good. North Camp, CTX, Green Havoc times 4 likely. Dude, these are great scout calls. TOD's got like some good scouts. Making like NATO formatted scout calls out here. Oh, dude, you know what I could do tonight? I might actually, you know what? I know that we've spent like the whole day talking about world versus world, but I haven't done strikes with my static group in I think like 9 months. I might go play with them. Yumi. Are you guys full? Tomb has a lot of former eBay? Okay. Noted. Hey, I'm gonna take off a little early tonight. I forgot that my static is running, and this is the first time I can play with them in like half a year. But I'll catch you guys around. Have a good one. Chef is leaving. This Selly Firebrand in a party that I forgot to check. That's my bad. But you're -1 Selly Firebrand. You guys do? Yeah, I'm gonna go do strikes, man. It's been so long since I did strikes. And yeah, if you're only here for World versus World, we're done doing World versus World. I'm gonna go run the new strikes, and then I'm probably gonna be done on stream. That's gonna take us pretty much to 10. Yo. Yo, 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 yo. Good. You guys okay with comms or no comms, by the way, for streaming? Okay, I'm going to turn them on then, because I've been going for 4.5 hours and I don't want to talk anymore. So you guys can be entertaining instead. I'm not that worried about it. Like, just avoid, you know, the bad ones. Otherwise, like, on your own head, be it. Correct.
Yeah. Generally, not in other comps,
I don't know that I've done any of the Soto strikes, by the way. So you might have to give me, like, a brief mechanics primer.
It's pretty easy. They're mostly golem checks.
I love that.
There's 2 mechanics that are sort of dangerous.
I don't
strikes.
I don't think I've unlocked the
but it's not
wizard's
the ones that we normally
tower
use, the
teleport.
training ones, they're the stiff ones, aren't they?
Do I
These
actually?
are-
Was there one that came out in the last Living World? Because I may have not unlocked it.
Photo?
Yeah.
Do you have access to the wizard's tower?
Yes.
Then you have access
Okay.
to the
Good.
strike.
Okay. Okay. I don't think I even got far enough in the story to unlock the portal that takes me there, but I've got the waypoint.
Yeah, just make sure you have the waypoint.
Okay. Yeah. I'm
I'm all
zoning in
good,
now.
I've got a teleport friend.
Chef Bandu to strike group. It won't happen. It's good
I-
community.
Don't know if that works.
I trust these guys
Well, no,
mostly.
I've got access to the wizard's tower and all that sort of stuff.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I don't just let anybody access my wizard's tower. You know what I'm saying? It's a euphemism for a penis. Never mind. I'm gonna zone in. I'm just gonna shut up and zone in.
Luca's gonna be 10 minutes late, so I'm gonna wait for him and then.
And a man can only world versus world so much until he feels the call of receiving rewards in PvE. I think it's just the way things go. How do you play PvE Reaper, by the way? Do I have a build template? Actually, I could just play Q-Harp. I think I remember how this works.
See.
Probably. I don't know. What's the quickness elixir? Hey, you just use all of them and then you camp Shroud. It'll be fine. My damage might be bad, but my quickness will be 100%.
You want to play Res Scourge?
No, because I don't know what I would need to res. I'm just going to play Quickness Orb unless you need me to do something else.
Okay.
I can play Res Scourge on, like, Bone Skinner. I know how that works, but I don't know what I'm looking for to res people in, like, any other strike.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah. I mean, it's mostly just
Are there like mechanics that down people, or am I like my job is to res people who screwed up?
your job is to res people that screwed up.
So
Mm.
me.
Nah, I don't think that works with Q-Harb. I'd have to like drop trait lines that look important. I don't. But
Yeah.
do you play like
You play
Condi, Scourge, DPS, and then you just take damage? Yeah, yeah. I'm just gonna play Q-Harb.
Oh.
Wait, I can run Signet. My Signet reses people.
Just play.
I can play Signet of Undeath. It'll be practice for when all other Signets get nerfed in World versus World, and Undeath is the only res utility left standing. You imagine we run like 15 Scourges and 30, and then all the Firebrands can take Sank because the Scourges are all like transfusing and using Signet. And using their mics, because every Scourge in K&T owns a mic and uses it. It's the dream. You're afraid of innovation. It's okay. This place is kind of gross. Like, I've been here for the story,
I'm just trying to figure out
but it's pretty gross.
parties.
Oh? Oh, you can't
I
get up
guess
here.
Vika will be Lack Hill.
World first
and then I'll be
guy climbing the
Hill.
veins in Temple of Phoebe?
Uh,
Where from here, though? I mean, I could get to, like, that. I could maybe get to that.
focus.
I don't know where I go from here. I think this is the pinnacle of what I can achieve. But I still like it. I'm gonna chill up here. These are not the utilities I should be using, but that's fine.
Alright, so for this one, the most important thing is if you've got when I say take tethers out, you check the border around your screen, and if it's like I think it's like red, like it's noticeable.
Okay. Yeah, just run them to the outside of the ring.
Yeah.
Okay. I've probably seen Kyoshi do this at some point.
Yeah, and you try not to drop puddles underneath the boss or where we're standing, and then you try not to stand in the boss's hitbox when he does the spinny laser thing.
Okay. I can handle that.
Yeah. Brain rot red class. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm just giving Puka another 2 minutes. I'll have GS. Privateers on Alacrity, I'm on Quickness. Ref's on Quickness, so
You have
I
this
will
fear if
need
you ask who's new to
quick
World
heal
versus World
for
in your
sub
squad.
2.
I need to turn TeamSpeak down. Hang on, they're louder than I am. If you ever ask who's new to World versus World in your squad, you'll just get trolls responding. Nah, I never get that feeling. But also, like, I feed on trolls, so I'll say stuff like, "Hey, if you're new to World versus World, you know, you can ask me in team chat." And then people are like, "I'm new to World versus World.
Yeah.
Why is Maguma so bad?" And I'll be like, "Haha, good point." But if there's somebody who seems like they're actually asking a genuine question, then I engage with them genuinely. And if there's a person who seems like they're trolling, then I just troll them. Like, I'm very much a believer of, like, you get energy out of the world to match what you put into the world. So I kind of just like read people's vibes. Like, if you want to shitpost, you can shitpost. I can speak that language. If you actually want to know something, youtube.com/@chefplaysgames. It's fundamentally. Like, what more you need to know? What you know about me, etc., etc. But, like, I'll also say, Azure, one of the reasons that I got into content creation and one of the reasons that I got into streaming was because I do want to like know and meet new world versus world players and be like, here's all the stuff that I learned from like doing things bad and poorly when I started playing. So I'm going to pass that information along to you. And so I would encourage you to think about your own streams. As a potential vector that you could use to kind of do that, you know? How do you market yourself? Oh no. How do you market yourself as like a resource that new players know to go to and that veteran players can recommend for new players to go to improve at World versus World, or like just talk about World versus World generally? You know? What's the public facing persona? This is so doable. There we go. What's the public facing persona that you're piece cracked, man? That you're putting out into the world?
Sure.
Most veteran players say you suck. Yeah, me too. But like, they're right. But I'm still better than a new player. There's levels to it. Like, I'm not gonna be the best GVG player on the planet. That's fine. Like, I have a job. I have like a mortgage to pay. I don't have the time to be a GVG commander or anything like that. But I've got like enough time to give you the basics so that you can go on, and if you have more free time than I do, you know, you can absolutely become a better player than me. It just scales with the amount of time that you spend on the game, and then you've got this nice little force multiplier of if you spend some of that time reading about the game and like talking to people about the game, you improve even faster. Wow, I haven't looked at any of this shit. Are any of these good, chat? Astral Ward armor?
Oh,
Eh.
oh, there we
Provide some protections against a park and Citadel's Acros. That seems like an important thing. Loot a daily coffer from the Into the Spiders Lair meta event that contains rare items. That seems kind of important. Maybe I should finish these. I might need to like play the story a bit. I'm a little behind. Slightly. A little. I did like half of it.
Did I get... No, I didn't get...
Ruthless, you know PvE. Are any of these important? What's in Interneos? I can't even look at Interneos. Is there good ones in there? Also, can you tell me about Eparch in the Citadel of Zakharos? Is he like a bad guy? Or is he like a good guy? How would you describe his vibes? Why do I even have Well of Corruption? Like, what do you don't do condies. This needs to be... No, it's not Blood is Power. Well, no, you do transfer condies with this build, right? Yeah, this should be Blood is Power. I know PvE. I know what I'm doing here. Logging because you forget. Okay, so confirmed not good. Because if it was good, you'd remember it. But I think, yeah, if you want to log in to check, that's fine.
is when I say take tethers out, there should be like a red border around the edge of your screen. If you have a tether, and you just run behind the group to the edge of the platform, and you wait till you spawn an ad and then come back.
I think I remember the part of strikes that I don't like. And it's that you start at 9, and then you have your first pull at 9:15. It's very GVG-esque. You spend most of your time like between pulls rather than actually playing the game. It's not Yumi's fault either. Our static is just like 6 people. Flight training makes sky skill really good. Flight training. Oh, I'm almost done with that one.
Hey, Maddie.
Nice. Yeah, same with raids. Building the group's 80% of the work. And, like, I know that there are some communities out there that help with that.
Yeah.
Like, you know, if you have a good static in Sky and Gang, you're good to go because, like, it's organized and stuff, but I don't know. Drop in casual content, I think it's just hard to do in modern MMOs. 2 levels into Hoto research will help.
Oh,
I've got that done too.
yeah.
What I'm hearing is I basically don't need to do these masteries ever again. Oh, then full send Astral Ward? Okay, that's a problem. That one is a little bit of a problem. We might have to do some PvE when I get back in August. What is this guy? What's your problem? Why has he got the Eye of Janther above him? You got a lot going on, my man. I'm good. Finish flight training? I will. Possibly in these 2 strikes, maybe?
Add on. Grab the food.
Did they give like 1,000,000 XP apiece? Because then I'm done. Yes. I am ready. Did I eat? I'm not ready. I'm ready. I have 40 minutes. I'm fine.
There's a story mission.
Yeah, you do a story mission in here. I think it's like the first story mission.
And then live to the middle. It's
Yeah.
it's a completely different way.
Okay. Alright. Stack my boons up. Spread some condies. I don't really know what all these buttons do. And then I guess, like, you get into Shroud and you just use quickness. This seems right. My 5 is a CC, so I should not press my 5.
Step out with
I guess we just spread with this. Ah, those leave a puddle behind. Okay.
Don't get clipped by the laser.
This I've seen Kiyoshi do.
Just follow.
100%. And then we blood his power, shroud. That I remember.
For tethers. Take tether out if you're fixated.
I'm not tethered, I can check chat. In PvE as a boon giver, most important thing is boon uptime. Yeah, I'm just gonna like camp shroud.
DPS, get ready to CC.
Bury to CC, perfect timing. I'm camping shroud for quickness. I did this.
Okay, and then we go regret.
Yeah, because I just pulse the shit when I'm in shroud. And then as soon as it drops, you just build life force as quickly as possible. You get your blood as power ready for when your life force comes back. Blood is power, shroud. Pro raid people say damage matters. Yeah, I'm not a pro raid people though, so that's okay.
Get ready for puddles.
I'm just vibing.
Puddles. It's the laser or a wall.
Second blood is power is just about up.
And then get ready for tethers. Tether out.
I'm not tethered, that's great news.
And
We
then
stay winning with not doing mechanics. Yeah, there's a malicious shadow on our right. Is he like? What's his problem? There's a portal. I'm killing him, man. I don't trust him. He's malicious. Green is on me. Life force is full. Should probably hop into Shroud. Send it.
Despair.
No, dude, he's not delicious. He's malicious. That's the next phase. Next phase, we kill Delicious Shadow. Stacking green. Oh shit, we aggro the embodiment of malice as well. He's also mad? Ah, never mind, he's chilling. They're all gonna get cleansed. But I saw that my elixirs were about to come up and I was like, I gotta drop all those first. That's laser. I'm just gonna sidestep a little bit. And then I sidestep here a little bit.
Check for tethers after this.
He's feeding.
Oh, never mind. It's, we gotta absorb the big balls.
Come again.
Step.
No, don't cleanse me. I needed those. He's drawing out my malice. That's me. I did not get mine very far, but he kind of moved.
From the ships.
I know what it looks like now, so I can save leaps for it or something. Is one more shadow still? Just gonna move over here. I saw Plagues get hit by that wall. He did not take damage. I'm not afraid of that wall. That wall doesn't appear to do anything.
Yeah, make it require any more mechanics.
CC. It corrupts boons. Oh, it's like the... Oh, they named this guy after the relic. Okay, that makes sense. That's why his name is Cirrus. Nice. Box. Yeah. It's not as good. The relic is named after him. Are you sure that's the right order? I guess if it's like a relic of Cirrus, then yeah.
You'll get hit by
Like it belongs to him.
target mark over your head. You just want to stand behind.
Stand behind group. Okay. I can stand behind a group. They're both just named after some other thing called Ceres. That's the problem with correlations, man. Correlation does not imply causation. Classic third variable problem. How'd you get outside? Oh, you can just walk. Okay, fair. It's like, how'd you get outside the dome, man? Is it allowed? Yeah, it's allowed.
And then the second thing is
Some rock names here. This is a guy who died like 400 years ago, and they're all just like named after him as a coincidence.
second thing is that guy will put a pool on
Like how you name your kids George after George Washington.
shoot out two
I should listen to mechanics.
if you pick up the orbs of light special action key that you can use to stop. The pool chases after one person, and if and if you stand in the pool, you become an enemy and you can be killed.
Can use the washroom, get snacks. I love that.
Yeah.
Is this normal Dagda? It's just normal Dagda. We're not doing CMs or anything. Dude, I'm getting my shit rocked, man. I thought this was like an easy boss.
It's pretty self-explanatory. So
Hide behind my allies? I'm hiding behind my allies? I'm hiding behind them?
yeah.
Oh, fuck. I forgot that moves me.
Don't hide it.
It's, you're good, you're good, you're
Yeah, just stand like this.
good. Do not press Shroud 3. This is a bad idea. Sorry, I forgot that Shroud 3 was a leap. I was like, I'm just gonna press buttons in Shroud while I wait for this thing to go away, and then launched myself directly into Dagda. Oh, well. Nevertheless. This is fucked. I can do this. Look at this. Okay, yeah, now we leaping. We're using leaps intelligently now?
They'll leap away from this.
I don't even have a ring. I can go back in
They'll
here.
leap away from the middle sometimes. Just stay in the middle. Just come behind everybody.
Notice how I went melee distance and didn't die there? I didn't notice, but now that you've pointed it out, I'll pay attention to it. I couldn't move well. That's on me. I'll get this person up as well.
Yeah.
Dude, Ruthless said this boss is easy? I don't know if I buy it.
25%.
Oh, okay. I can save leaps for that then. I will not leap this time. I will be a good boy. The effect has expired. I've done a mechanic successfully. It only took me 30% of the boss's health. Tell me you're a world versus world main without telling me you're a world versus world main. I'm running.
Okay, this is the puddle. Yeah, something there.
We're chilling.
Yeah, just don't stand in the room.
Okay, I won't. Send it. That seems bad. That's me. You may come back. Ah, no, I'll just come to you.
Yeah, I'm going to the.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I saw what you were going for. I probably could have just killed this guy when I ran past him. Laying Rev on this fight, it's sword 3. That's good. That's good stuff. I'm hiding behind my allies.
Having a lot of fun narrating this.
Dude, I'm just making sure that I'm good at PvE. It's been a long time.
I took away
Oh!
stacks.
I'm good. I'm chilling. I'm good. The rest of my squad is not chilling. God, if only I had a transfuse. I can get Kami. I can get Kami. I'm saving a life. CC, I can do that. You guys want some elixirs? Another good one to do if you just want to be annoying would be, what's the dagger roll on Soul Beast?
Oh, it doesn't matter. The next take care of it.
It's all red. It's the most deaths you've seen in this fight in so long. KMT is a world versus world guild. I feel it's important to point this out. The last time I did strikes was like possibly even a year ago. I stand in front. I take the shot. Also, like, look at my damage. I'm not really doing anything to help. You know what I'm saying? Rotate. Cecil. And then that should be that. That should be that.
And that's the normal mode fight. Yeah.
No. No. They're all bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently nobody's supposed to die on that fight, so all the pugs were probably like, holy shit, 2 people went downstate. I'm getting out of this group. It's cursed. I need that extra 45 seconds of my life that downstate costs so that I can gamble on pulls and Genshin. Wait, there's only 2 strikes?
Yeah.
Holy cow, okay. Arborstone I actually have a portal scroll for. Genshin? I don't know. What is it now? Is it, it's not Honkai Star Rail. That was the one that came after it. Is it, Wuthering Waves now is the one that the kids are playing? You gotta go get all your pulls in, like, woo-wah? Is that what they're saying? I gotta get my 5-star woo-wahs? Keep calling Wuthering Heights. That was the joke that I made when it came out. Is I was like, it's cool that they made a game out of the book, and then nobody laughed, and then I was like, how many stars is Heathcliff? And then nobody laughed, and I was like, all right, I give up. Nobody appreciates art in this guild. Nobody reads books. Looking for guild that will laugh when I make a Wuthering Wave sounds like Wuthering Heights joke. PST. Do the bare minimum of inventory management. My Honor of the Waves box. I was looking for you. Way of Kodo. Sure. 36 of 37. God, I wonder if we got a Mantle of Koda box.
I am not for this one. For this, if you can run mode, it doesn't hamper your DPS.
You love when you click a box and get another box. Listen, Cecil, respectfully, like, literally Spider-Man pointing. We talked about reward tweaks not like 4 hours ago. Go post it. I'll go put it on the forums later. When I end stream, I'll put it on the forums. I'll go be that guy. I'll be like, I'm tired of opening boxes inside my boxes. Need more people on the forums?
I'll fix
Wait, did I? I actually may have forgotten to put the,
For this one,
in fact, I'm almost certain that I did. I forgot to put the,
you
the July 19th competitive balance video on the forums.
the marker
I will do you
and
this to make it
out
up.
of the group.
When I process the VOD
Uh,
for this stream, I will put that VOD on the forums.
not on top of people.
And I'll be like, I talked to Anat about world restructuring. Do you want to come listen? And then 100 people can be like, roaming is the only way to play. And then I can be like, okay. I also did tell you about the interesting interaction that I had on the forums. Where I was like, I made a guide about how to play a class in World versus World, and then a forum mod moved it out of the World versus World section. And then somebody commented in the fan art section and was like, this is probably more suited for the World versus World forum. And I was like, I know. I'm aware. So I do need to use the forums more. It's a point well taken, but I also think it's fair to like observe the humor in the situation. I know it's all different teams, don't worry. And also, like, this is the kind of stuff that I'm pleased that I was able to restrain myself from saying when you guys were actually, like, in voice. Like, I felt like I had to up the sense of responsibility and professionalism at that point.
And so
But now that you're just a guy in chat, I can come out with, like, the real opinions.
back here and kill the ritualist and the mind blade.
Alright, kill this guy. Target this guy, kill this guy. 1, 2, shout.
And then I'll try to get the aggro of the enforcer.
Just pop off so in alliances. If I wanted to react farm, I could. ArenaNet said that players should, quote, just press buttons, question mark, with my face like... I won't, I'm kidding. A weaker version of me would, but I won't. I'm a circle guy, I'm moving.
And then we just stack and kill the ritualist and enforcer.
Okay, peace. Take your portal.
On tag should be safe, so just set up 30 minutes. It's a spinning thing.
Oh, I should be on my tag. I should be over here. Just zoned out there for a second.
Don't stand on the fire lines because they burn.
Net confirmed they have no concrete plans. That one's too real. That's way too real. The irresponsibility that I could have by like,
One stability.
imagine I'm making like YouTube shorts, and the YouTube shorts are just like the voice clipping Roy saying like, I can't really talk about rewards right now, and that's it. That's just the whole short. Some people should not be allowed to make videos. I'm hiding. God, I remember doing this fight on Firebrand, and you just give yourself ages. It's great. Now I gotta, like, do work. Jesus. I got you, though. I got you. I still got you? I'm a number.
Just make sure you're not on top of other people with numbers.
I'm not on other people with numbers. Here, I'm throwing elixirs at you. Drink my juice.
Oh my god.
Yum, yum, yum. Drink up. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, and then you focus face down sniper. While I
Commanders are like not good squirrels, but also I'm just not good at being on tag. I like being able to see my character model, which puts me at like an inherent disadvantage for playing Guild Wars 2. Because like if I'm inside other characters, I'm like, am I still here? Do I still exist? Am I in the right spot? And then I move off the stack to see where I am. And I'm like, ah, okay, good, I'm still there. But now I'm not in the right spot anymore. You know what would be a sick balance change? Is if there was like a setting that you could use to turn off other players' character models. Like they just don't show up. All you see is the commander tag. I would never leave the tag ever again.
sniper's back.
Because all I want to do is just see myself. Unfortunately, that's like not, you know, rewarded mechanically. Because I'm a tiny Asura.
Careful hits on is that
I just don't think it should be the Asura's fault.
sniper's back.
You know, like all body shapes are valid. Done.
And then on the neck.
It'd be a fun world versus world event. Give everyone the collision buff. I mean, I think for some things, like, stacking is actually really important. Or not necessarily stacking, but, like, the ability to stack is important. For example, things like, you know, receiving stability. Because if you don't have stab, the game is, like, fundamentally unfun. Oh, is one of them on me? What the hell? What was that phase? I didn't have a number.
The numbers from the robot remained on us.
Ah, okay. Because he turned to look at me, and I was like, bro, I didn't do anything. Why are you looking over here? Anyway, what I was saying is, if you wanted to do that event, because I used to be a stacking Andy. I used to be like a, what if you had social awkwardness in World versus World, wouldn't that be sick? I actually think the better way to do it would be, what if you increase the radius on like virtually every support skill to like 900? So like radius on standard ground is 900. Radius on like your cleanse ability is 900. Radius on all your gyros on NG 900. And then you don't actually have to be like literally on tag, because you can still get hit by all the high priority support skills that are like the reason you stack in the first place. Because like stacking is always going to be a natural advantage just to like target soak, but also like you have to stack to get stabbed. And if you don't have stab, you just die.
For Quackins, if you res the down people, have focus. They don't take damage.
Boonball's offensive chef might get angry. You misunderstand. I don't admin the initiative. This is a safe space where we can use the word Boonball. Eloon holds no power here. But do not screenshot Twitch chat right now and post it in initiative, because you will, like, have the Ethernet cord to your house cut by an angry Australian. Honestly, Ruthless, with your issues getting online last night, are you sure that you didn't, like, get, you know, DDoSed after accidentally saying Boonball somewhere and forgetting? Let's do this. Keep using it, can't stop you. I'm not trying to stop you. I'm encouraging you. You're like the hold me back bro guy, but nobody's even trying to hold you back. You're just alone. We're like, yeah, get him. And you're like, don't let me get him. And we're like, no, go get him. And you're like, no, I'm going to get him. Just go do it. Look at this stacking. Have you ever seen anyone stack this tight? Goodbye.
Circles out.
Later.
Once you drop them, come back in.
And I'm back on tag. Dude, Harp is awesome. That was just more playable.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'm phasing as hard as I can.
Stuff out like 5 or so.
I'm trying my best, okay?
Oh, you got lucky.
No, I saved this man.
Phase.
Which way is it? It's this one, right? Yeah.
Split up.
Later.
into the 3 rules of Cecil then.
God, if I had sword too, can you imagine? I'm going right side. Owned.
And then back on boss. Yeah, knowledge. Rick just got it again.
I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling. I'm phasing. I'm phasing.
It's okay, she ran away.
Phasing. Phasing. Phasing.
Stay on the block. It's gonna disappear in a second.
He do be disappearing.
Does she have hers next? Don't hit some.
I'm good.
Phase.
Wow. DPS is good tonight. Think Water World would be the funny thing? Anti-gravity 3D buff radius?
She
Oh
does
god, like the...
right away.
Oh, that'd be such a nightmare.
Or she's invulnerable right away. So,
I mean, it would literally never work because it's part of the reason that we don't have like meaningful underwater combat is because like a third of all skills are just broken underwater. Because it does use a Z-axis. But we can dream. The stream title is Bad Ideas Only after all. You're talking like what's the fractal where you do that?
on tag is safe.
Isn't there a fractal where you're like moving around in 3D space? Where you have to like to float up and fall down? I don't mean the underwater fractal. I mean there's like one where you do it like in the air. I'll remember them given enough time. No, not underwater ones. I think there's like a one that's in the air. Although now that I think about it, I might just be thinking of like spectator mode in the EOTM arena,
She's gonna
where you
pick
just
up
kind of
that,
like float.
or she should.
I actually think I am just thinking of spectator mode in EOTM. The tech is coming. Yeah,
Go to the middle.
that's true. That's damn true.
5.
No, our damage. Ah, we're fine. My box, my box.
No, obviously.
Wow, I didn't even get a rare. It's just 2 pieces of unidentified gear. Sad. Sad, sad, sad. B mode in the homestead. I don't know what that means. I assume I missed a blog somewhere. I can approximate a guess at what that means. There is a mode in the homestead that allows you to become a bee, but I don't know, man. That's all I got. Is this KNT PvE day? It is. We do strikes 9 to 10, and then I think we do raids 10 to 11, but I don't remember because this is the first time I've done it in like 9 months. There's a good chance it's not really B mode. Yeah, I don't know what B mode is though. Yeah, Thursday's Yumi's strike day. If you wanted to jump in. I know that's like not always your day for it, but it's usually like half
So if
KNT,
you drop some
half
CC
pugs.
skills in circle and then go to arrow to DPS during the split phases, that's fine.
Yeah, Kyoshi's streaming. He's built different. He will come into my chat and talk
Like,
while he's
fast
streaming,
versus-
which is crazy. I can't imagine that level of multitasking. Trying to kill 45 minutes. Yumi, you do raids like immediately after this, right? You moved him up to 10?
Yeah.
There you go, Kyoshi. He's probably got room for like a wing or two. He can't poop for 45 minutes. He's streaming. What are you talking about? A 45-minute poop is normal. A 45-minute poop on Twitch is TOSable.
Around your screen, pick a pop and not on.
He said he was gonna poop. No, he said he was gonna pop in. You gotta read between the lines.
You also have like a
He typoed. He typoed.
thing coming down with this now.
He didn't mean to. Clearly says poop. Okay, you're right. You're right. Also, you've embarrassed him out of my chat. Good job. Now he'll never come back. It's -1 Guild Wars 2 influencer I can ever collaborate with. Hey, Kyoshi, do you want to do a stream with me? No, I like mistyped one time in your chat and Ruthless bullied me. I don't want to talk to you anymore. You're damaged goods. Oh, never mind. He's back. He's back. We're good. it's all forgiven.
Spread out with the circles like usual.
All right, that's all the CC I have for you. I'll be
Go to
leaving.
arrow.
Yeah, so they do raids in 8 minutes, Kyoshi. You'd probably have time for 1 or 2 wings if you wanted to.
Worry about CC which faces at like
Who are you playing with at 11? Or is that just when you were going to be done with stream?
heck. Get ready to CC Scarlet.
Owned. Hey, oh yeah. I probably could have figured that out. Okay, fair. Good point. Yeah, I mean, they technically start like 40 minutes from now, but also they technically start like 50 minutes from now.
Again.
You know how it is. Take like 10, 15 minutes to form up. Really nice CC tonight, holy. You don't stand in use.
Break. Scarlet Briar. She stops doing mechanics. Or stops doing her attacks. Okay.
Oh god, I remember this.
I probably, yeah.
It's like right here. Got him.
For that mechanic, you stand with in the safe spot where the laser's not going to kill you.
I'm not gonna tell him that I actually like know this mechanic fight.
Blue laser out, yeah.
I think he's having a fun time explaining it. But I definitely remember this fight. The EOTM strikes I did a ton of. I would do these even like without Yumi. I was doing like the daily strike at one point. Doop. Oh, get the hell away from me. Alright, that's all the CC I've got. The rest is up to you. We're chilling on a green. I love this fight. I also really like this fight. I like basically any fight that requires you to do a personal mechanic. Like, my favorite meta is Verdant Brink, because Verdant Brink you can like basically solo. You don't need to join a squad to have fun in Verdant Brink. You just chill at one camp forever, and that's just like what you do. I like the Scarlet Briar fight because you get to jump over the hammer slams. Like, you just get to do that by yourself, and that's fun. So it's a good strike. Yeah, and the first time you do the fight in Scarlet actually shows up is really cool.
I think it's just DPS till she dies.
Yeah. Yoink. Boom. Oh, that's the priority strike too. Give me them boxes. No precursors. Sad. That's where we're going to be done, though. Thanks for strikes, Yumi. That's the last one, right? We're skipping HT because you guys got to go do raid. Cool. Alright, I am going to go grab dinner, but it sounds like Kiyoshi might swing by to do some raids with you guys before hate starts up. So, look for a whisper from him. Yeah, he says he's trying to kill like 30 minutes of time. So, I told him you guys were going to do raids. Anyway, I'll see you guys later. Have a good one. Chef owes you an hour. No, I changed my mind. I'm going to end at 10. I got to go clean the house. If you really want that hour, I'll give you the hour back. God, I don't know, like probably August 2nd is when I'll give it to you. But for now, that's going to be me done. So we're going to raid Kiyoshi because it sounds like he's going to go for a little longer, and then you guys can keep watching that same group. But as far as I'm concerned, if you want to know when I'm going to be streaming in the future, I've got a Discord. You should hop into it. If you want to check out stuff we've done in the past, I've got a VODs channel. You should go check that out. And then we're going to go raid It's Kiyoshi. Hold on. /raid channel. It's Kiyoshi _ We're going to go say hi to him. But until then, I'll see you guys later. Have a good rest of your night. Have a good weekend. I'm going to see you on Friday for World vs. World Reset, and then I'm going to be gone for 2 weeks. So I'll see you when I get back from that. Till then, take care. Follow a couple other people who do interesting World vs. World stuff, and I'll see you next time. Take care.